Good evening. Welcome to the October 15th meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and ask our city clerk to call roll, please.
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce is here.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Present.
Councilmember Robinson. And Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation. Tonight we have Pastor John Tellis from Coastline Baptist Church. Pastor Tellis.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the gift we have to call this city of Oceanside home, for its people, its families, its coastline, its community. We ask for your hand of blessing upon this meeting and upon those who serve in leadership. Be with our mayor, Esther Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Eric Joyce, council members Rick Robinson, Peter Weiss, and Jimmy Figueroa. Each of them, Lord, these sets of shoulders carry a different set of unique burdens, and I pray that you give them wisdom and direction as they lead our city. I pray that you be with our first responders. Lord, it was about 13 years ago this month that our home was saved by the fire department. We're grateful for that. Lord, we also know that a couple years ago at 3 a.m. in the morning when there was a knocking at our door with danger on the outside, it was Oceanside Police that we called, and they came and they helped us, and we're thankful for that. I pray that you bless these first responders, give them wisdom and discernment as they seek to protect and serve our city. Pray that you be with this meeting, and I pray that, Lord, as decisions are made, that you'd give guidance, and Lord, continue to preserve Oceanside to be the best that it can be, and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilmember Figueroa, could you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, I'd like to do the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the Payom Kawichim, the people of the West, as the traditional land caretakers of the land on which Oceanside is built and its surrounding traditional cultural landscapes. Today, the Payom Kawichim are known as Luiseño and are made up of 7 bands: La Jolla, Palma, Pichanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Saboba. We are mindful of the indigenous peoples in this place, and we pay our respects to the Luiseño, past, present, and emerging. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this community in Luiseño territory and to honor their history, culture, and perseverance of spirit. Thank you. Right, now we have a proclamation and a presentation. And the proclamation, we have some high school students that are here. They are called it's the club called Be the Resistance, with Carmela Munoz as the advisor. Come on down. We got a proclamation in honor of Red Ribbon Week. And you may have heard of that. It's the longest running anti-drug program, anti-violence program, and these brave souls get to talk to their peers about some issues. And so I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas National Red Ribbon Week is an annual anti-drug and violence prevention awareness campaign that aims to promote a drug-free lifestyle and prevent violence. It originated as a tribute to Drug Enforcement Administration Special Agent Enrique Kiki Cabarena, who was tortured and killed in Mexico in 1985 while fighting drug trafficking. It is the nation's largest and longest running drug awareness and prevention program. And whereas Be the Resistance is an on-campus youth club at Oceanside High School, the club's mission is to reduce youth access to alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs through environmental prevention strategies in the city of Oceanside. BTR has been participating in Red Ribbon Week annually as part of their mission. And whereas Be the Resistance youth leaders have taken an active role in promoting healthier choices among their peers and within their community through various impactful initiatives that include the Sticker Shock campaign to raise awareness and prevent underage drinking by placing educational stickers on packs of alcohol with the slogan, "If they can't buy it, don't supply it," to remind adults of the legal consequences of providing alcohol to minors and educate them on the underage drinking laws. Also, 420 Remix event. BTR youth leaders are strong advocates against the normalization of marijuana use among teens. The event was designed to empower youth to make drug-free life choices. The event was youth-led, giving young people the opportunity to take charge and lead meaningful conversations around substance use prevention. Through music, art, and community engagement, the event promotes a positive lifestyle and encourages peers to choose healthier alternatives. Excuse me. One event was held at Oceanside High School during lunchtime, reaching over 300 students. The second event took place in the afternoon at the Boys and Girls Club, engaging over 100 students. Excuse me. Red Ribbon Week event. BTR youth leaders organized a tabling event to promote drug-free life choices. I'm sorry. And hand out boo grams with educational messages. Can you read? Okay. I need you to read from here. And the whole thing.
Wait, to this? To this?
BTR.
To this?
Yeah, the whole thing.
All the way to
Until there.
BTR youth leaders organize a tabling event to promote drug-free life choices and hand out blue grams with educational messages to encourage students to stay drug-free and say yes to dreams and no to drugs. This year, BTR will be distributing 300 blue grams to their peers on October 28th. And whereas the theme for this year's Red Ribbon Week is Life is a Puzzle, Solve It Drug-Free. Now, therefore, be resolved that I, Mayor Esther C. Sanchez, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim October 23 to the 31st, 2025 as Be the Resistance Red Ribbon Week.
Yay. In the City of Oceanside.
In the City of Oceanside, urging all residents to support these critical efforts.
Great job, yay! So this is the first time that we are doing a proclamation for this very, very important club. And again, it's really tough to talk to your peers about these kind of issues. Who would like to speak?
Hi, everybody. I'm the president of Oceanside Be the Resistance Club, and I'm a senior at Oceanside High School. So our mayor explained our club mission really well. Our message is to make sure and promote and give information to youth how important it is to not abuse drug and alcohol. We do this through events said with Sticker Shock event, Red Ribbon Week, and just throughout. I'm just really happy that we built this community with you guys and helped give information to teenagers and adults as well during back to school night, and just letting them know the problems with drug and alcohol abuse.
Hi, everyone. I am the vice president of Be the Resistance Club and also chairwoman of the Oceanside Youth Commission.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Fuentes, and I am a part of Be the Resistance.
Hello, my name is Azalee, and I'm secretary of the club.
Hello, my name is Andrea Gomez, and I am a member of BTR.
Hello, I am Esme, and I am a member of Be the Resistance. And I'm Maggie Butterfield, one of the teachers at Oceanside High School and one of the advisors.
Good afternoon, I'm Carmela Munoz. I work for Vista Community Clinic, Alcohol and Other Drug Prevention Program, and I am a youth advisor for the Be the Resistance Club. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez, for preparing a proclamation in honor to the Be the Resistance Club. We greatly appreciate your time, dedication, and commitment to our youth.
Thank you. Now, I think I've known Carmela for almost 25 years, so she doesn't show her age. She hasn't aged one day. But thank you for doing what you do, and let's have a picture, and please continue your efforts. They're very, very important. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to ask the other councilors to come. Sorry. I was joking. Thank you. Thank you, Carmela. Thank you. Great. So next we have a presentation. It's a really, really great treat. This presentation is, it's called Dear Tomorrow Art House. I saw this presentation at the Arts Commission, I want to say a few months ago, and I was just amazed at what Ryder England is doing. What was that? Come on down, Ryder, and do your presentation. He has Sarah working with him too on this. And this is a really, really new, exciting place in Oceanside that's really kind of a destination place because there's so much that you're doing there. And I'm just so excited to have you do the presentation.
Most definitely, and thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Sanchez, and as well as all the council members here. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this. My name is Ryder England. I am the founder of a community art house locally here called Dear Tomorrow. And I'll kind of just run through what it is real quick, and then I have a little presentation to pair it as well. In 2024, Dear Tomorrow began caring for a 116-year-old historic building in the Arts and Culture District of Oceanside. Conveniently, it's located directly across the street from the North County Transit Center. And Dear Tomorrow is a community art house that invites artists both local and from around the world, viewers and participants, into a safe place to express, educate, and empower. We do this with artist residencies, educational classes, as well as a communal garden, entrepreneurship groups, and gallery spaces. If you all go to the Oceanside Transit Center, you'll see a big, blossoming, very old blue and white house that looks just like this, and that is where we reside. You cannot miss us if you're going to catch a train, I guess unless you're coming from downtown, I suppose. We wanted to create a community space that uses natural and local practices, restoring the building with natural materials and returning the ecosystem to native plant species. Dear Tomorrow's front yard and surrounding community garden has been brought back to life by a row of vibrant colors and pollinators, including monarchs, hummingbirds, and many local bees. As Dear Tomorrow grows, I hope to work with the city to create a system of accessible and educational classes, subsidized cost of artist studios, and further restore and educate the public about native plant ecosystems and their many uses. Quick little side note that I'm very excited about is we're actually a finalist for the Arts and Culture District Grant, which will be presented this Saturday. And it is actually going towards a native garden restoration project to also increase education around these things, bilingual signage, different community programs, as well as a native garden and also a butterfly sanctuary. As Dear Tomorrow grows, in 2025, I got a little turnaround. This includes providing local Indigenous groups with resources and space to practice cultural arts and crafts, further deepening Oceanside's Indigenous histories with its contemporary community. In 2025, Dear Tomorrow has a list of initiatives, and I lead by working together with the City of Oceanside, the Arts and Culture District, and Visit Oceanside, we can accomplish all of the beneficial community tasks. Launching a free after-school art program, planting and maintaining an educational native garden, launching an annual craft and film festival that focus on intergenerational practices of creating and telling stories through both film and the arts. I believe that grassroots community spaces like Dear Tomorrow give us a place to gather, commune, learn, and explore, stretching our ability to relate to our neighbors, no matter our differences or like. This space feels more critical than ever, and together we can build a more accessible and safe space for our community, as well as creating a cultural habitat that attracts visitors, locals, and the natural ecology. I would like to now show you some slides that give you kind of a visual representation. Thank you so much for listening to that short little speech. And of course, if you have any questions as they come along, please feel free to ask. So this is Dear Tomorrow. It is, as I mentioned, well, now a 117-year-old home. It was built in 1908, so people would literally show up here on a horse and carriage. And it has been resided in the same location since. It was built by the Bishop family. The Historical Society in Oceanside is incredible. I learned so much about this space just by visiting it, so thank you for that as well. As I said before, we're a community art house, and it gives creatives a place to participate. We basically are here to nurture creativity in the community that surrounds it. So each month we host different workshops, collective galleries, and community gatherings. One, for example, is something called Garden Grooves. It's an open mic in the garden. Wonderful place for people to share poetry, music. We've had so many things. I had someone read a eulogy one time. It was really, really a beautiful and safe place to express yourself. This space is a series of uniquely designed rooms, including artist residencies, a wellness room, tea lounge, garden room, design library, and more. This is some of the imagery from different things we have done. We've had international artists like Thomas Campbell show art here. We have brought back much of the local ecology. We've worked with youth to share, different art practices. I thought it was so inspiring what Be the Resistance is doing. A big part of Dear Tomorrow is creating avenues, safe avenues and expressive avenues for people to go down. So much of the youth is tied to a phone, and it's really important to be present, use your hands, get introduced to the local ecology. All these things I feel are wildly, wildly important. These are some of the initiatives we've been working on. We have community building groups. So that could be everything from morning movement classes. We've been working on an artist entrepreneurship group. There's so many talented, amazing artists in this city, and the gap between business and art can often be very widespread. I'm very thankful that I'm wildly interested in business, but I have the heart of an artist at the end of the day. So I've been collecting different things I've been learning from being a local business owner and hope to share that with the community around us. There's also poetry workshops and spoken word. We are restoring the native ecosystem, as I said. Also want to introduce water catchment. And yeah, really just increasing the biodiversity, I think, is wildly important. And then free art classes for underserved youth. And something we want to work on that we would like to work very closely with the City of Oceanside with is starting a craft and film festival. So this would go beyond just a film festival. I attended the Oceanside Film Festival, which is absolutely incredible. But this one would be focused more on films around craft, culture, and so much of what Dear Tomorrow represents, as well as activating the entire space for different people to learn these crafts as they go about. So that's something I would love to share more about in the future as well. Who am I? My name is Ryder England. I'm an artist, entrepreneur. I'm also director of a local nonprofit called Foster the Earth. I've spent close to a decade in North County facilitating safe spaces for people to create and express. And my goal with Dear Tomorrow is to uplift this incredible city with a common place for the arts, creation, and community. Honestly, being in Oceanside for now a year and a half has been like my greatest joy. I say it with so much humility. I love it here. I actually still reside in Encinitas, but that's because I've been in my house for 10 years. So at that point, when the time comes, I will soon be a resident of Oceanside. These are some of the crafts that take place there. We have hand tools, ceramic wheels, different meditation rooms, and just places with good ambient lighting for people to work in. When we restored the space, we actually wanted to use all natural practices. So some of that includes earth and floor, which we actually got clay from a local ceramic studio, got sand, and then straw, and that actually makes this flooring. It's, how many of the communities that were here long before us made homes. It works absolutely incredible. It is so fun to educate people and really create story around the space that we're building. There's so many different avenues to get people interested in the arts, but really for us, we take that in an experiential approach and really with an intentional approach of how we build out the space. Here's some other imagery of the space itself. And these are some things that we're very, very proud of. We've had over 100 artists that have shared their work, creative process with our community, whether that's through a workshop for the community, a gallery, different activations, things like that. We've had over 1,000 visitors from outside of Oceanside. We had a group of people that bought a plant dye workshop, and they didn't realize they lived all the way in Los Angeles. And they drove down anyways, and they were so happy they drove down. So it's been really fun to bring folks from San Clemente, Laguna, Ocean Beach, North Park, all these surrounding communities to Oceanside. And the main thing I always promote is, hey, we are across the street from the transit center. Please take the trains. You can dodge so much traffic, and I absolutely adore taking the train to work. We've had over 50 local artists that have been showcased through art markets, creating a multi-generational hub of craftsmanship. I really enjoy some of the things that we do here because there is grandparents and young kids all sharing the same space and same interest, and I think that's just such a beautiful thing. Many of our regulars are neighbors who discovered Dear Tomorrow by walking through the neighborhood or parking at the transit center. It's really created an amazing, authentic community. I love when people stop by. You know, my office is upstairs, and I'll stick my head out, grab a flower with you, you know, and we love to see it grow. This season looks good. It's drying up, whatever, you know, gardens ebb and flow. So it's been really, really fun to get to know our neighbors. And we've also reintroduced native plants and biodiversity, as I stated before. I'm very, very excited about that one. I've been a gardener and a farmer at times in my life, and it is just such a beautiful thing when you can start to really observe a local ecosystem. And when we got there, it was all dirt. I think it was a tow yard prior. There wasn't really much life in the space, and really breathing life back into that space, literally cutting the windows so they can open again, it has been one of the things I'm most proud of. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to building more of a relationship with the city. It really meant the world, Mayor Esther, when you called me last week to present here. It's been a dream come true to really, I hope to get to know y'all better. And if you have any questions or any comments, suggestions, I show up here as a student, and I'm very thankful to be in this community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryder. That was a great presentation. You didn't show a slide of all the events that you have coming up, right?
One more time?
You didn't show a slide of all the things that are coming up.
I didn't, no, sorry.
All the events that are happening. I'm just, go to the website and see all the things that are planned, and you've got to come down. So do I. But I mean, I've been looking at your website and keep thinking, I got to make time to go over there because there's very, very exciting activities that you have planned. But thank you so much. I'll see you on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
And
I appreciate it, y'all.
for the
And that means the
presentation.
world. It's a mighty team of two. My wonderful girlfriend here, Sarah. It's just the two of us that run it. It was a passion project that I just did out of pocket. There's been no investment in
Sarah
this
go?
project. Where? Oh, she's right there.
There she is.
In the cute yellow sweater. Yeah, it's really been we've had over 100 volunteers come here and help out because they really believe in something. And it's been so cool to have
I think they
something
believe
bigger
in
than
you.
yourself. Yes, much bigger than myself. And that requires surrender and asking for help. So yeah, thank you very much, y'all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I do have an announcement, and that is that item number 16 under public hearings, that's the Garrison Street project, has been continued to December 3rd at the request of the applicant. So if you're here for the item number 16, it has been continued. Thank you. Next is closed session report. Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Mayor. City Council did meet in closed session this afternoon. There was no meeting on item 1, conference with labor negotiator. On item 2, they did meet regarding conference with real property negotiator regarding the property at 314 Harbor Drive South. Negotiating parties, City of Oceanside and Joe's Crab Shack. Vicky Gutierrez, real estate manager, negotiator for the city. Regarding price and terms, there was a direction to staff, but no reportable action under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Now on to the consent calendar items 3 through 13. Do we have any requests from the public to pull
We do
an item or
not have
speak on an
any
item?
request.
Okay. Any requests to pull from the council dais? Okay, there's a motion to approve. There's a motion and second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. We're on item number 14. How many folks are we going to be
On item number...
signed up to speak?
On item number 14...
14, general item.
We have one organized presentation and 11 speakers at this moment.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes. The organized presentation gets 10 minutes. So each one after that, that are speaking by themselves will be 2 minutes each just to prepare your comments. Thank you. Item number 14, staff recommends City Council accept a report on actions being taken by staff in support of the September 17th, 2025 council member agenda item related to the city's response to federal immigration enforcement activities. We do have a report by Michael Gossman, who is the Assistant City Manager. Before he begins, our City Manager, Jonathan Borrego, would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone in the audience. The significance of what is taking place in our neighborhoods is not lost on staff. There's no doubt that the recent immigration enforcement actions have created a heightened level of stress within many of our neighborhoods, affecting many families and individuals. As is detailed in the staff report and as will be shared by Assistant City Manager Michael Gossman shortly, staff has been proactive in taking steps to help support individuals and families impacted by recent federal immigration actions. It's important to acknowledge the proactive work that staff has done as they've really stepped up to assist many of our families and individuals, even in advance of getting formal action to do so. And as mentioned in the staff report and will be mentioned by Mr. Gossman, staff has been providing this level of support for several months now. We stand by prepared to take on any additional actions as directed by staff this evening. And with that, I will turn this over to Michael Gossman.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Jonathan, appreciate those opening remarks. One thing I also want to share before I get into the actions that staff has taken, which I'm really excited about sharing with you, is I want to acknowledge that clearly there are some members of the community that inferred that there would be a formal resolution tonight. That was not, however, included in the minutes approved on October 1st. Of course, if the council wishes for us to bring back a resolution, we would do so with your guidance. The current encouraging news is that staff has already begun executing on every single action that council directed us to pursue, and we've done so with urgency, care, and commitment. As we get into the actions, I'm going to do my best to keep the summary brief, but I too want to express how proud I am of the work our city staff has accomplished, both before and since September 17th. Their dedication to this effort has been truly inspiring, and I appreciate your patience if I take a little extra time to honor that. Getting into action one, which was to direct the city to actively disseminate Know Your Rights information, including a website. On September 9th, 2025, the city launched a dedicated webpage on the city's official site summarizing the rights afforded to all individuals in the United States. The QR code up on the screen is for those who would like to go to that site. You can use that code. This information was sourced from neutral government-based sources and includes references to local contacts. Since January of 2025, staff has made Know Your Rights literature, door hangers available at all of our community resources center. Moreover, since September 17th, we've produced 1,000 copies of Know Your Rights literature in English and Spanish and placed these across the city in all public spaces. Again, since January, more than 7 Know Your Rights and immigration workshops have been held at the city in partnership with groups such as Los Valentes, Legal Aid, the Oceanside Police Department, ACLU, the CLRA, and Lifeline. With regard to Action 2, which was to direct staff to prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement in non-public areas of city-owned controlled properties without a judicial warrant. Most non-public areas of the city facilities are currently not accessible to unauthorized persons, whether private persons or law enforcement, and are clearly denoted by restricted access doors and signage. Where signs are lacking, staff is installing them now. Staff has ordered 116 new signs to be placed in appropriate locations across the city. Existing law, including the Fourth Amendment, require a lawful basis for non-city personnel to enter these non-public areas. Additionally, since January, the City Attorney's Office and the Oceanside Police Department have provided guidance to department directors regarding how city staff should handle any attempts by non-city personnel to access restricted areas, consistent with existing state and federal law, and will continue to do so, and training will be ongoing in those areas. With regard to Action 3, directs future city contracts to include clauses prohibiting contractors from disclosing sensitive personal or non-public information to federal immigration agencies unless otherwise required by state or federal law. State and federal laws currently address the collection and disclosure of sensitive non-public information and how that information can be used. But to further these existing protections, the City Attorney's Office is amending city contract templates to include language that prohibits disclosing non-public personal identifying information, including to federal immigration agencies, unless required by state or federal law. With regard to Action 4, directs staff that any sensitive or personal data collected by the city will not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies. State and federal laws, again, currently address the collection and disclosure of sensitive non-public information and how that information can be used. The city follows all applicable state and federal laws, including SB 54, regarding what personal information is or is not collected, and maintains a long-standing practice of safeguarding sensitive and personal information. With regard to Action 5, direct staff to publish official procedures for OPD when responding to calls for mutual aid of any federal agency conducting immigration enforcement. The Oceanside Police Department developed a website that provides the community with information on SB 54 and resources available to them should a loved one be arrested by an immigration enforcement agency. Additionally, this page contains a link to OPD's procedures when responding to mutual aid. I won't go through the whole procedure here, but I will summarize that the procedure says that all police department personnel must remain compliant with SB 54 and departmental policy. Their role is not to assist in immigration enforcement, but to protect life, prevent violence, and maintain peace. Officers and dispatchers must approach all ICE-related incidents with professionalism, neutrality, and a commitment to community trust and safety. With regard to Action 6, direct staff to publish an official statement following calls for mutual aid. Website I referenced in the previous slide will also contain an area where the Chief of Police will publish and post an official statement following calls for mutual aid. With regard to Action 7, draft a letter to federal representatives in support of a pathway to citizenship or legalization and to be signed by all council members. Staff has drafted the attached letter for consideration of council. As directed, this letter was based on a request sent by the City of Escondido to Congress on August 13th. This action does require a vote by council. That concludes my presentation, but I want to once again express how proud I am of staff's swift and thoughtful execution of council's direction. I'm joined today by directors from across the city, and I'm here to answer, and we're all here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. And we are actually the first city to do this formally. Is that correct? To my knowledge, yes. Yep, thanks. All right, we have a presentation. We're going to go to the public before going to the council. So we do have an organized presentation. So let's go ahead and get started with that. All right. So Simon Guzman, please come forward. And also please stand Gaia C., Felicia G., and Inez D.
The microphone.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, and good evening to our community that is here with us and joining us on this item that we know is very important to our families, to our neighborhoods, and to our city, and those of us who are going to see this example as well in the regions that they're at. And thank you to all those who are watching online as well, because they couldn't necessarily be here. My name is Simon Guzman. I use pronouns such as he, him, and él. I am the son of 2 immigrant parents and was born and raised here in Oceanside. I am one of the members and organizers within the Sowing Seeds of Dignity for Oceanside Coalition. And we really want to be clear on the story and why we're here in the midst of a lot of noise and a lot that's happening in our country right now. So earlier this summer, several groups or several community members met. One, because we were locals who have been personally impacted by deportations in the past and have experienced family separation firsthand. So we have a lot of that knowledge personally, and also as locals who've seen those impacts in our neighborhoods, in our schools, in our places of worship, at our work sites as well. And we have that kind of historical context and that historical memory. And we've also learned, right, through our own experiences and working with community-based organizations, with legal experts and immigration right advocacy groups all over San Diego and even the country as well in our state, to make sure that we are protecting immigrant families, the rights that all of us have under our state constitution, our federal constitution, and make sure that we're protecting our families from deportation, right? And knowing that and having this background as well, we were also young folks who've had the privilege, many of us, to go to school, to speak English, and to have the privilege to be here before you, to actually vocalize the realities and the values that many of our families have had for years. Because a lot of these kind of instances of family separation, of immigration enforcement, and violent family separations, right, these are not new things. Our families have lived through this for many generations, but now we're at a place where, thanks to them, we're able to be here in front of you, and in the language that many of you speak, we can share this kind of knowledge and information and make sure that we reflect the leadership that is so needed here in Oceanside. So, having said that, right, we were very alarmed, not just by the realities of what we were seeing at the time in the summer about, regarding immigration enforcement that was happening here from one of the family that was detained after going to their school, and then seeing a pretty violent raid that also happened in Pozole and the East Side community as well. And seeing continued amounts of presence and fear in our community as well, right? A lot of community groups have already been doing a lot of work to patrol our communities, to provide Know Your Rights information to our folks, right? And it was because of their work and what we were seeing, we were alarmed to know that a lot of our community members weren't feeling safe going to the store to get their groceries. Folks were scared to go to their visits. Folks were scared about going to school and what life was going to look like for them. And most importantly, we had real families who were concerned about what was going to happen in the moment of crises when their family was experiencing removal proceedings as well and having to live through that trauma. And so given that, and knowing the threats that also were headed our way under this administration, which it's not a political thing, it's simple fact. This administration is very hostile to our immigrant communities. We've seen a rise in hateful narratives and misinformation about the ways that immigrants contribute to the society that are racist. We've seen misinformation being spread about what kind of resources are available for our immigrant communities. So given that context and all the threats that also were headed our way and the amount of enforcement that was come, we knew we had to come together to organize our community and come before you with courage as well, but to ask for courage from you all in return as well. Because for us, we wanted to make sure there was dignity for all. Regardless of people's immigration status, everybody deserves dignity and to feel safe in the city and to feel represented. We're not here to propel a good versus a bad immigrant narrative. We're simply here to say everybody deserves constitutional rights and to be given dignity for being a human being that are part of our city life. And we're not here to propel narratives that have us believe we can't do anything and we just have to accept things as they are, because that's not acceptable for us. We have to change, and we have to be ready to fight for our community, to fight for what our country will actually stand for in the future. And so we want to show people that there is power in organizing and all of us coming together, from having brave conversations in our families to showing up here in our city government as well and being part of the civic process as well. And to show unity, that all of us can make the right choice to be courageous, whether you hold a position in power or, I don't know, you volunteer at a local food bank or something. But all to promote trust and transparency for our community and make sure that we are protecting our families. So our intention for this policy was that to make sure we are being able to work and bring our community along and make sure that we support the efforts of local groups already, the work that has already been done by so many folks, and make sure that there is a policy here in our city that says, yes, this city believes that immigrants deserve dignity, that we're going to protect our immigrant families, and that we want to ensure there is a deeper infrastructure and a comprehensive infrastructure, to support some of this work as well, because we are only in the first year of this, not even the first year of this administration. There's so much more to come. So we know we need to build up our resources and allow those resources to go into our groups and work as well, to expand and take care of our communities. So with that, I'm gonna just guide us through our presentation to say, we know there's a lot of fear about trying to pass a resolution like this because of potential backlash. We've heard that narrative before, right? Of maybe there's fear that the Trump administration could be looking to the city, and we understand that. We just also want to propel that there are more eyes that are also looking to this city council as well tonight. Our youth are looking to you. Pregnant populations are looking to you. Our parents are looking to you. And real people who have experienced this firsthand and are experiencing this firsthand are also looking to you for courage. So we hope that you lean into that courage.
And I'll continue to add on that we have been
So this is Felicia.
My name is Felicia Gomez, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll continue to add on that we have been unrelenting and clear in our continued demand for a resolution, not a report, that will uplift and provide vital safeguards to all of the residents you represent within the City of Oceanside. We applaud the work of the city staff who've developed a report showcasing the work of staff and community-based organizations across our city in recent months. Additionally, we recognize the ways city leadership has moved forward on additional items that will foster transparency and trust, such as a website launched by OPD on October 8th. However, we believe that this moment calls on us to unite behind a city resolution that sends a clear message of support and ongoing commitment to Oceanside residents' safety. We do not believe presenting a report alone tonight can substitute the accountability and the moral document of a resolution. Not moving forward with the resolution sets a harmful precedent for marginalized community members who seek to engage with the city and its leadership. Our community has been made to not only feel unheard, but also ignored. Because we are not seeing city leadership move on our demands for a resolution, we decided to develop our own community-led, community-based resolution, which we sent to you all via email this morning. This outlines key provisions within the original Community Trust Resolution that you all voted on September 17th with a 5-0 vote. These two versions, version A reflects exactly what we as community hope to see in our original Community Trust Resolution, as well as specifications that city staff can undertake to ensure there are clear parameters around how the city goes forward with implementation of these provisions. Version B reflects all of those items that you voted on September 17th. We strongly urge you to move forward with the resolution as was originally voted on during the 9/17 meeting. We cannot stress enough the confusion, the lack of transparency to community, leaving that 9/17 meeting, believing that our city council had voted to pass a resolution and come back today presenting that resolution only to learn solely through an email to the city manager that this was going to be a report. Our demands have been clear and steadfast this entire time. We are not asking that much, especially for what our immigrant communities are facing right now. We want a resolution. We remain steadfast in that demand, and we hope that you will pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Cynthia Cardona. followed by Joseph Keller, followed by Stephen Burrell. Cynthia Cardona?
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I have thought a lot about what to say to you all tonight, and I'm decided to share a little bit of my story to start off with. I came to this country right after my 5th birthday. No, I didn't come the right way. I was 5. But the trauma of crossing the Tijuana-San Diego border will never leave me, and I did it as safely as can possibly be done. When I enrolled in school, I peed my pants because I didn't know how to ask to go to the bathroom in English, and I was too shy to ask anybody. I also called seagulls chickens because that was my only point of reference for them. I was a kid in California during the Pete Wilson and Prop 187 years. Every day I was afraid that my parents and I would be separated from my American-born siblings. So I know firsthand the fear that kids today are living with. I see it every day in my work with Oceanside youth, and I would do anything in my power to protect them. I now stand before you as a citizen of the United States with a PhD in history, and because of my study of history, I know exactly what's coming. And I'm asking you to do what is administratively within your power, to recognize that everyday residents of Oceanside give you data when they check out a book at our public libraries, when they fill out a form at a resource center, when they get a parking ticket. That data is valuable, and what is being asked is that you recognize the value of that data and protect it within legal limits. You are not being asked for a report. The community needs a resolution that lays out plans that are legally within your purview. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Keller, followed by Stephen Burrell, followed by Larry Warner.
Good evening, everyone. The Oaxaca de Mis Amores Festival, the Day in the O Festival were amazing events here to celebrate and embrace the different cultures and people here in Oceanside. If you respect the culture, you gotta respect the people. My sister's husband and his entire family from Durango live in Chicago, where there have been reports of ICE agents removing children from their homes, sometimes naked, being zip-tied as they're getting ready for school. We as a community need to do everything in our power to prevent that here in Oceanside. You cannot give an inch to oppressors or they will take a mile. Just look at history. Please keep the resolution.
Thank you. Stephen Burrell, followed by Larry Warner.
Mayor Sanchez, council members, C. Burrell, Oceanside. I'll add a little information that I've not released in all the times I've been here. I'm what they call one of the members of the silent generation. I'm not a baby boomer. I came before the baby boomers. And as such, I would like to say what I'm seeing now is very encouraging to me. There's a coalition in this community like I've never seen before around support for these people who are being terrorized, victimized, racial profiled by taxpayer mercenary army. The question I would have you ask yourselves, have you, at this moment in time, have I done everything within my power to support these people in their hour of need? Have I really done that? I'm going to have you ask that question to yourself. And so I leave you with this thought. For me, we have to do everything we can as an individual to speak out against this outrageous situation that's affecting this country and hope that somehow or another we can help influence in a positive way the support for these people who really are members of our community and important members of our community who provide valuable services. And in the name of humanity, I would ask you to really seriously consider, is this all that you can do? Is this it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry Warner, followed by Katie Ventura, followed by Camille Cook.
My name is Larry Warner. I've been a resident of Oceanside for 17 years. I'm a member of Oceanside Sanctuary Church, whose mission is to embody the love, peace, and justice of Jesus. On May 7th, this City Council voted to fly the pride flag. The approval provided a needed message to a community under attack. We see you, we hear you, we care. 2 weeks later, the outcome was reversed. We don't see you, we don't hear you, we don't care about you. On September 3rd, the Tenant Protections Ordinance was passed. A needed message to a community facing housing insecurity and possible homelessness. We see you, we hear you, we care. 2 weeks later, the outcome was reversed. We don't see you, we don't hear you, we don't care about you. 4 weeks ago, on September 17th, a vote on the proposed community trust resolution passed, providing a needed message to a community under attack. We see you, we hear you, we care. Here we are 4 weeks later, and this voted on and passed resolution has been downgraded to a report. A report is not a resolution. A report is informational. A resolution is aspirational. A resolution officially expresses the council's intention. A resolution is what's needed. First, the queer community, then those facing housing insecurity, now undocumented people and their families. The reoccurring message seems to be, just because we see you, just because we hear you, doesn't mean we care about you. The previous issues are no longer on the agenda.
Thank you very
I urge
much.
you to pass the resolution, make the resolution a resolution.
Thank you. Katie Ventura, followed by Camille Cook, followed by Stephanie Gomez. Ms. Ventura?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Katie Ventura. I was born and raised here in Oceanside, California, to immigrant parents. Even as my career took me around the world at TikTok corporate, I've always come back home. Oceanside has been my foundation, where I have found my community. That's why I'm here tonight, because when you love a place, you protect the people who make it what it is. When I recently moved back from LA, I was so excited to get involved with my city in new ways. One of the very first community events I joined was a Know Your Rights outreach effort. That moment was also my first real impression of how city leadership engages with pro-immigrant communities. And what I witnessed that day was leadership choosing to remove a Know Your Rights poster, something meant to protect and inform our neighbors. For me, as someone who's taught in our schools as a teacher in OUSD, whose parents spent years cleaning houses and businesses here, who had never been involved in local government before, that moment was heartbreaking. Because it sent a clear message. Immigrant voices can be dismissed even in the city we helped build. Since then, our community has spent countless hours organizing, showing up to meetings, presenting a clear resolution, not a report. Time and time again, the actions and decisions made by council members, some have eroded public trust. Our community is resilient. We come from generations of fighters who refuse to be silenced. Whether or not you choose to stand with us tonight, we will continue to organize, unite, and hold each of you accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Cook, followed by Stephanie Gomez, followed by Michelle Sear.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Camille Cook. In 30-plus years practicing immigration law, I advise many people of their rights if they have contact with immigration agents. Prior to my retirement a couple of months ago, I had to change what I was telling people. Actions which were once clearly illegal are now happening daily throughout the country. I hope that everybody on the council is following what is happening in Chicago and Portland. And of course, day laborers were arrested this morning in Encinitas, and LA has declared a state of emergency. With the huge increase in funding for immigration enforcement, we should all expect and be ready for raids on apartment complexes and businesses and arrests near schools and churches to become commonplace. As someone who benefits from white privilege, I do not expect to be a target. But what if I happen to be a witness to a raid or someone being detained, that is, kidnapped? Personally, I plan to try to distract them so that anybody who wants to can slip away. Then I plan to try to get information. If someone is being detained, I will ask them for their full name and birth date and a number to call to let someone know what has happened. I will remind them of their right to remain silent. I will also document what is happening. I will try to get the name of the agencies involved and the name and badge number of any officers. I will get pictures of their vehicle and the license plate. If the supposed federal agents are armed and masked and refuse to provide any ID, and I call 911 to report an assault or a kidnapping, can I count on OPD to show up and de-escalate the situation, or will they assist the feds instead? When Chicago PD showed up yesterday in response to activity by masked feds, at least 13 officers were harmed by the tear gas that the feds deployed on the residents. Kids and babies were caught in the melee. The Know Your Rights info that the city proposes to disseminate does not reflect current realities. Our community needs to know that city officials are not and will not cooperate with immigration enforcement, and that it will support the families of residents that have been affected. A report is not enough. The council
Thank you
needs to
very
step
much.
up and pass the
Thank
trust
you.
resolution.
Stephanie
Thank you.
Gomez, followed by Michelle Sear, followed by Victor Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gomez. I'm 23 years old, and I have lived my whole life in Oceanside. As a result of my parents' sacrifices, I am able to be here in front of you guys and attend college. I found community here in Oceanside, and this is why I'm here again to ask the City Council to listen to us and to give Oceanside a resolution, not a report. The report is very much appreciated, but that is not what the community asked for a month ago, or what we're asking right now. It is a bit disappointing that it feels like the City Council is not listening to us and taking our stories and our concerns for granted, but I hope I'm wrong. This is not us versus the City Council, and this is not us versus your egos. I want this to be Oceanside versus hate, Oceanside versus fascism, and Oceanside versus racism. I'm here to voice the concerns I hear every day from my community. Just some days ago, my neighbor, literally my neighbor, lived through such a traumatic experience where ICE tried to kidnap him in front of OHS after dropping off his son. I can't imagine the fear that my neighbor felt, or his son, or all the students that actually had to witness this. By not passing a resolution, you guys are telling Oceanside you agree with this and that we cannot count on you guys to have empathy towards the residents of Oceanside. I hope that is not the case. I believe we will come to a compromise and make Oceanside be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Sear, followed by Victor Mendoza, followed by Caroline Thies-Aird.
Hello, greetings, Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Joyce, and council members. Michelle Sear, Oceanside resident. I want to join in with others tonight, all of those that have spoken, to request a resolution be drafted in place of a report. I agree with everything the Guzman Group, Cynthia Cardona, Camille Cook, all of the speakers prior to me said. I've already spoken on the why in a previous meeting, so will not elaborate on that, other than to say our immigrant and colored communities deserve for our city council leadership to stand in support of them by passing a resolution, not just a report. Sometimes I think that city staff leadership minimizes, even people in the community minimize what's happening to our immigrant people of color in our communities. But just in Oceanside, it hasn't been mentioned yet. We see what's happening nationally in all these communities, but in Oceanside, the morning of October 6th is when a federal vehicle slammed into a car that they were trying to they were trying to kidnap him and take him and detain him. That's the word I'm looking for. He was in the car. I don't know. He was probably somebody of color. And luckily, he knew his rights and didn't get out of the vehicle and got away. So that was a success. But those are the tactics that they're resorting to. And I've seen that happen in Chicago as well. Anyway, just wanted to support everyone that's speaking tonight and our immigrant communities and people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Mendoza, followed by Caroline Thies-Aird, followed by Richard N.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Victor Mendoza, and I'm a born and raised Oceanside resident here and a proud child of immigrants. I'm here today in full support of a community trust resolution. Right now, our city needs leaders who will stand with their community. We understand that we are all fearful, but fear should not come first when deciding to act. Since our last council meeting, I know a father here in Oceanside that became victim of an immigration enforcement operation right in front of Oceanside High School. Fortunately, the father was not kidnapped, only because he knew his rights. but one of their children witnessed the entire incident. It left all of their family members traumatized, and now his son is having nightmares because of what he saw. This is the kind of fear that families in our city are living with, and in every district here in Oceanside. We need our community to feel safe and to trust this city and its council. Please pass a resolution and show our residents that Oceanside stands with its people. We demand this. This is why we came September 17th. We did not come for a report, we came for a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline, and then Richard N., and then we'll be up to our next item, and we'll have to stop this and get to the next to our 6 o'clock time certain. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Caroline Thiesaird. I'm present tonight representing Pilgrim United Church of Christ in Carlsbad as chair of our social justice ministry. We have a long history of welcoming and supporting our immigrant community, and we ask that you pass a resolution as other cities in our region have. You might have been the first with a report, but many cities in North County have already passed resolutions, as well as San Diego. Encinitas has taken the lead in protecting their residents, and tonight you have the opportunity to stand up as well. The policies that a city passes reflect its priorities, its values, and they are moral documents. Resolutions are the bare minimum policy action that city leadership can take to express those values and to take an official stance on an issue. A report does not become policy for the city and has no binding power. It has no teeth. We need bold local leaders across this country right now to stand up, who aren't afraid to stand up, who don't shy away from protecting and standing with the members of our community, all the members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, Richard N.
Mayor Sanchez, members of the council and the public, just a few observations off the cuff. I looked through this letter, the proposed letter, and it talks about disseminating information as we talked about in the proposals, and notes at the end that this will cost the city $5,000 approximately. As I indicated in a previous speech, what this is sanctuary. What this is channeling U.S. taxpayer dollars to support illegal aliens and or obstruct federal law enforcement. So shame on you for passing this and having it get this far. It's not correct. Also, the reference to the Fourth Amendment, looking at the Fourth Amendment, it says that people can be secure in their persons and places and refers to basically domiciles. I don't know if that applies to private areas of a public entity like the city. And it's interesting to draw an analogy. As a private resident, if I was harboring a fugitive and the feds knocked on my door and I said, no, you can't come in, I would be guilty of harboring a fugitive. If you guys are hiding fugitives from federal law enforcement and won't let them into private areas, I hope the federal government prosecutes you, all of you, for harboring fugitives. They have no right to do that. Shame on you to use taxpayer dollars on that. The other thing is, looking at this letter that you're going to send to Congress, as I said before, you do not have the right to speak to us before Congress. You are not my federal representative. You are tasked with a business in the city of Oceanside and perfunctory matters dealing with the government, different levels of government. This is a policy issue. You have your opinion. You can make your opinion. But I will be writing a letter to these 4 representatives and the majority leaders of the Senate and the House, and I will point out that you do not represent me and you have no right to do so. A couple other points I'd bring up. A lot of hyperbole going on. I'm hearing things like terrorism, fascism, kidnapping. You know, people should stick to the facts. If you got a good argument, you can go with the facts. The fact is that that's all to blur, that this is simply law enforcement. We have federal agents enforcing the law and arresting people. It is not detaining people. That is not kidnapping. I'd say a lot more.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to stop there and continue this after we do our public hearing items. Just an announcement again, item number 16 has been continued to December 3rd to a time and date certain, that is at 6 o'clock. That was at the request of the applicant. I'm going to go ahead and get started with item number 15. Staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2025-P16, approving a tentative map, development plan, and density bonus to allow for a 23-lot subdivision and construction of 19 single-family homes, including 3 affordable units on a vacant 1 1.68 acre portion of the First Baptist Church property located at 240 Grace Street. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and or correspondence.
Staff and public.
Sorry, staff and public.
Staff, public, including a meeting on site at the request of Rick Krakowski, along with neighbors, and also there was Deputy Mayor and also the city manager.
The previously mentioned meeting, a few more on-site meetings with neighbors. I also spoke with the applicant multiple times, and then emails.
Applicant, emails, and staff.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
The correspondence we received on this item was forwarded to council prior to the meeting.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with a presentation by Dane Thompson, Associate Planner for the City of Oceanside. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Dane Thompson with the Planning Division presenting item number 15, the Grace Street Development Field Project. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2025 P16, approving a tentative map development plan and density bonus to allow for a 23-lot subdivision and the construction of 19 single-family homes, including 3 affordable units on a vacant 1.68 acre portion of the First Baptist Church property located at 240 Grace Street. The project site is 1.68 gross acres of the First Baptist Church site on Grace Street in the Loma Alta community. The site is currently vacant and has previously been used as a ball field. The church on site was built in the 50s and 60s and later expanded in 64 and 73. Grace Street is part of a residential preferred parking permit program that was approved by this council in 2005. The zoning for the site is public semi-public. For this project, the RS, Residential Single Family Development Standards, are applicable. General plan land use designation for the site is single family detached residential. The project is a request to subdivide the 1.68 gross acre site and construct 19 single-family homes. This requires approval of a tentative tract map, development plan, and density bonus. The project is electing to reserve 2 homes for very low-income households and 1 for moderate-income households. And the existing church would remain as is, though 13 parking spaces from their parking lot would be eliminated. The tract map proposes a 23-lot subdivision with 19 single-family residential lots and 4 lettered lots for access and stormwater purposes, as well as a remainder lot for the church. The proposed residential lots range in size from around 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, and the site would be accessed via a private road from Grace Street with a fire T turnaround. The development plan is proposing 19 single-family homes, 18 of which would be in a twin home configuration, and 1 would be completely detached. All of the proposed structures would be 2 stories with a maximum height of 28 feet. The project is proposing 5 floor plans, each with craftsman or Spanish-style elevations. The project is proposing 9 3-bedroom units, 10 4-bedroom units, and each residence would come equipped with a code-compliant 2-car garage. Here you can see the proposed site plan with the 9 twin home structures and 1 detached home. Here are the proposed elevations. See 2 Spanish-style elevations and 2 craftsman green. For the density bonus request, the project has elected to reserve 2 3-bedroom homes for very low-income households and 1 4-bedroom home for moderate-income households. This makes them eligible for the state's fairly new stacked density bonus, which grants them an 82.5% bonus for this project. The applicant is requesting one concession to alleviate the project frontage improvements. I want to point out that there is already curb, gutter, sidewalk, and parkway on the project site, so the concession would alleviate the project from any placement requirements. Waivers are requested for the following development standards: lot size, lot width, setbacks, coverage, unit type, front yard landscaping, height of fences and walls, and plantable retaining walls. Staff has reviewed the project and found it compliant with all relevant codes, regulations, and policies. The project is consistent with the general plan and its multiple policies regarding infill and affordable housing. The project is compliant with the zoning ordinance and the applicable RS development standards. Where it does not comply with the RS development standards, they are requesting waivers. The project meets the standards for subdivisions and standards in the Subdivision Map Act, and the project qualifies for a Class 32 infill exemption per the CEQA guidance. On February 8th, the applicant held an informal outreach meeting at the request of the community, and following that, they held a formal, properly noticed outreach meeting with the community in March. The community has also requested meetings with the mayor, deputy mayor, city manager to discuss project concerns. To date, staff has received 33 letters of opposition with common concerns, including stormwater, privacy, parking, traffic safety, dust, noise, habitat loss, fire safety, and aesthetic impacts. On July 14th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve the proposed project, and they did not voice any project-specific concerns. Traffic safety was a common concern from the public, and in response, the applicant has volunteered to install stop signs at the following T intersections: Perry Road and El Monte Drive and Foster Street, and Saratoga Street. This slide shows those stop signs. I can bring it up later if people look at it further. On July 24th of this year, the project was appealed with the following comment: the Loma Alta Mission Park residents are concerned with a multitude of issues regarding the Grace Street subdivision project. We would like city council members to hear our concerns and make necessary changes to the project. Effective July 18th, city council may now review the project in its entirety on appeal and is no longer limited to the appeal points only. Since the appellant raised no specific appeal points, there are no items for staff to address, and staff continues to recommend approval of the proposed project. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And you did submit a late distribution of materials memo dated October 13th, 2025, and then also a memorandum dated October 15th today regarding revisions to Grace Street subdivision staff report. Did you want to describe those briefly?
Sure, Honorable Mayor. We had a late distribution memo because there were some software formatting issues that resulted in the loss of a few things in the staff report, namely a text box and some symbols. The text box that was missing had the waivers that I addressed in the list right here. So basically the left-hand side was in the staff report that was posted online. The right-hand side was omitted. There was also a exhibit that looked like this without the arrows. This we have found since drafting the staff report, the exact configuration of the proposed stop signs. So this one I'm bringing to this presentation because it has more complete information.
Okay, so it's basically a clarification. There were no real changes to the report.
No changes, correct.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we do have, it is a time to hear from the appellant, Mr. Rick Krakowski, who's here. He will have 20 minutes to address the council. You can reserve any of that time, Mr. Krakowski, for rebuttal. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the appellant. Right.
Okay. Hey, this is the first time I have a red light longer than 3 minutes. But anyway, so let's start this. My name is Rick Krakowski, Honorable Mayor, and I put that with much respect, Honorable Mayor. Other people's on the council I don't honor, but they know their name. Okay, so let's start this off. If Trump, God bless him, can bring peace to the Middle East, oh, by the way, since I'm not Biden, I don't have a teleprompter, I'm going to be reading all this, so I may not be able to look at your beautiful eyes all the time. If Trump, God bless him, can bring peace to the Middle East, I think Hallmark, the church, can bring peace of mind to Grace and Foster neighborhood. We are on the corner of Foster and Grace. Remember, foster grace. Let's foster grace here, church and Hallmark. I learned my lesson when I helped with others to get signatures to defeat North River Farms project, where a current council member, I won't point to him, where a current council member basically called signature gatherers liars and cheaters. Maybe not the same words, but basically that's what he called us, for doing what we wanted to do. We wanted to help save the farmland of Oceanside, California. Oceanside voters overwhelmingly voted against taking our farmland for high-density development. The lesson I learned is that land investors and developers rule the roost in California, with the Sacramento whores, that's what they are, with the Sacramento whores in Senate and Assembly basically taking away our rights as a city. Now the state is basically removing Oceanside zoning law protections and forcing higher than normal density into residential neighborhoods. For some reason, the whores up in Sacramento basically hate residential neighborhoods. They want everyone to live like Eric, I don't know about Jimmy, but they want you all to live in apartments. They don't want you to live in a single-family residential home. That's why they're encroaching on the single-family residential homes. Okay, so anyway, a coalition, and this is what needs to be done, a coalition of cities, city attorneys primarily. We do have a big staff, city attorney staff that we pay. Coalition of city attorneys need to sue the state of California for taking away our local zoning laws. First off, First off, I am not totally against this project. In fact, it looks nice, and I prefer this project to, I was going to use the F word, compared to an apartment complex. Our whole neighborhood is surrounded by apartment complex, and I'll get into that later. First off, I'm not totally, I like it, it's good, but there's some things that need to be changed. Okay, the first thing, where are we at? Project apartments. Okay, so the apartments have been a constant nightmare. I mean, if for all you people, you're buying a home, never buy a home near vacant land because it could end up being a 8-story apartment complex, or it could end up being even worse. So first off, I told you that I'm not taking, I like the project, but we want some changes. Okay, and Eric, if you want to know more about some of the issues we had in the neighborhood, come talk to me and I'll tell you. We've had 3 people die on Canyon when we had gangs there. So our neighborhood has been impacted so severely by these apartment complexes. And when they built the apartment complexes, they basically, all these apartments, 180 Canyon, they look into everyone's yard, into everyone's house. So that should have never been allowed in the first place. But then we had the shootings 180 Canyon, half of it was filled with the LA Crips, and now we've got parking issues created because the apartment complexes don't have enough parking for the people that live there. So, and the city is kind of feckless. They can't really, tell anyone that you need to do this. So now we've ended up where all the apartment people are basically parking in a residential neighborhood, and we can no longer park in our neighborhood. We can't, we used to. Now it's fixed because we have permit parking. Okay, so only thing I have to say about parking on Grace is that Hallmark project is not on a designated street like Grace Street. The homes are built on a private street, and it is their street is maintained by an HOA. So parking should be the responsibility of the HOA of Hallmark, not throwing the stuff out into our street. And this is the thing that the city attorney needs to clarify with me. I did research on private roads, vehicles, and their ability to park on permit parking streets. Let me read what I found, T. Stevens. Let me read what I found. Private road residences, your address is not on a public street designated for permit parking. This typically means that the private road or private street residents are not eligible for a residential permit on that public street. In summary, a homeowner on a public road has no inherent right to park in a public permit area. Their right to park on their own private street is designated by their HOA or other private agreements, which they could make an agreement with the church to actually park there, and the church could actually make money by allowing the excess of, because we know the two cars are not going to be sufficient for that whole complex. It's going to take, there's going to be 2 or 3 extra cars per unit. So they need to make they need their HOA to figure that out. Okay, so, but anyway, there are options. The church could actually rent a lot of those parking spaces out to the excess of people that are coming from the Hallmark project. They can make money, but apparently the church doesn't want to do it. I don't know why, because it's pretty, the whole church, they're only crowded. They only have parking on Sunday. The rest of the days, it's empty. Okay, so now property lines is another issue. So I did mention we were going to mention it. Property lines. It is alleged that the church has actually encroached on Foster Street homes. Where are we at? Foster Street homes, property lines, by about 6 feet or more. Could be more. So further, as you go further up, they may have encroached even more further than that. Has this been reconciled with the owners of Foster Street? Dave here is going to talk about it. He is one of the owners on Foster Street. So he basically lost 6 feet, and everyone on that street has lost 6 feet. So, and it is also alleged that the church, which was built in 1956, dumped a lot of fill from previous construction next to Foster homes. That's why there's a hill. That's why there's drainage problems in their homes. Homes, and here's something that your engineers need to look at. Homes built on fill dirt, which that probably is if that's true, homes built on fill dirt have a higher chance of slabs cracking and structure movement. How has this been remedied? So these are all questions that you guys should answer before you approve this thing. Noise, that's the biggest issue for us. Since Hallmark project encroaches on a residential neighborhood with a lot of senior citizens, including some 90 years plus, it is imperative that Hallmark has the best noise dust remedies available and not the cheapest. They're basically trying to cheap us and just offer this and that, but that's not going to take out the noise. Several neighbors met with Sean from Hallmark, and we all voted. We had a stand-up vote. I said, do we all agree we need a 6-foot-high solid block wall during construction phases so Dave and me and all the people that live on my street, we don't have to listen to this noise for 6, 7, 8 months or longer. We don't know how long it's going to be. So that's primary. Noise during construction and then noise afterwards. Okay, other ways to minimize noise. So we've mentioned the block wall. Oh, so basically we had 7 neighbors. Dave was there, weren't you? When we met with Sean, we all did a vote and we all agreed that we needed a solid block wall to keep the noise out during construction. And Sean basically said, okay, well, I'll look into that. And it sounded like he was okay with the block wall. So he kind of agreed to it, semi-agreed to it. Noise, there are other noise strategies. We need decibel level meters. So when the noise gets too high, I can call code enforcement or whoever I need to call and say, the decibel levels are too high. You're waking up the 90-year-old neighbors, or you're waking me up. I take naps too. So it's like, I don't want to hear their noise all day long. So noise decibel level meters are needed. Critical grade mufflers on all the equipment. So with these loud machines they're gonna have, they all have to have proper mufflers so we don't hear their noise. What else? And we need state-of-the-art, not cheapy stuff that is being offered right now. We need state-of-the-art noise reduction measures. Remember, you have older people living here, some 90. This could be their last years here. It would be nice if they could get some sleep and not have to be woken by all the noise from the construction. So anyway, there's that one. Safety. This is a critical one, safety. I have complained about safety regularly since I see all from my kitchen window. Where my house is, I'm a corner lot. My kitchen, I'm doing my dishes, and I see safety issues all day long. First, cars, e-bikes, bikes, scooters do not make full stops at Grace and Foster Street. He showed you that street. Probably 50% of the above-mentioned cars, bikes, either make a rolling stop or no stop at all. So that no stop at all, especially the ones making a left, they are a potential hazard, kill someone. There's bikes, people walking down the street, you got people speeding from Canyon, coming through a hairpin turn, and at nighttime it gets worse, but you have little kids, they're popping wheelies on their e-bikes and they're all speeding. Someone's gonna get killed. And as I told Tila, if someone does get killed on a bike, I will testify against the city for negligence that they know that it's a safety issue. Okay, so anyway, the rolling stop, they're not stopping. And I tell the police, please come out, and they kind of hide in a place they think no one can see them. No, they need to have cameras and they need to have someone actually check what's going on there. I'm the only one that sees it, but the city is apparently not seeing it. Police don't care apparently either. Okay, since there's no sidewalk on the west side of Grace, pedestrians, skateboards regularly walk in the middle of the street. Okay, so now you got the speeding people coming from Canyon, you got the people not stopping at the stop sign, people are walking in the middle of the street, someone's gonna get killed, and guess who's gonna be negligent? The taxpayers, because the City of Oceanside didn't do what they were supposed to do. I mentioned the 2 sharp turns on Foster. And when cars are parked on that corner of Foster and Grace, they're blocking the view. So already we have a safety issue where people are not stopping. We have people walking through the middle of the street. We have people popping wheelies on their e-bikes. We have people speeding from Canyon. And actually, there's one little knucklehead that's doing, what's that thing with the young kids do now where they do the circles and take over the streets? We've got a person doing that in our neighborhood. So that idiot one day will come down and probably hit and kill some. Okay, Hallmark has offered safety enhancement to other parts of Loma Alta. They didn't address the one that's the most important to us. The project is right there on Foster and El Monte. It's not the other one. So they're basically trying to buy off the city by saying, we'll give you this, we'll give you that, we'll give you this, but we don't want to address the major concern next to your project, which is the stop sign and all the safety issues there. Okay, what else? So I'm suggesting we need an independent traffic check on this. Not done by Hallmark and not done by the city, because I don't trust the city and I don't necessarily trust Hallmark to do a proper one. So we need an independent one done properly. Now let's get to bonus density. Okay, so as Dane showed, church property is 1.68 acres, originally zoned for general use, because it's a church, public use, originally zoned for general use, but converted to residential without any public comment. The only time we knew about it was when the yellow sign came up. So now that 1.6 acres was originally zoned if it was residential, not general use. Remember, they switched it from general to residential because the state says we have to do it. Somewhere along the line, you people need to step up to the state. The state is totally out of control. Now they want to put 8-story buildings in residential areas. They're out of control. They need to be smacked. Okay, so 10 units. So the first bonus, this is how the bonus go. First bonus density, 50% of 10, which is zoned for that area, you get 5 more units. I would have been okay with 15 units, but now they're pushing it up to 19 units. So from general use to 10 to 15 to 19, it keeps growing. So now there's the second bonus. Okay, the second bonus, I guess, is this a city mandate or is it a state mandate? I don't care what the state tells me to do. I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen, and I don't believe what the state of California is doing is right, and I'm not going to kowtow to the state of California, and neither should the cities. Okay, now the second bonus density, another 4 units, that's for allowing affordable housing, right? So they get two affordable housings and 1 moderate. So how do we go from general use to residential use from 10 to 19 units? Is it the state's telling us to do that, or is it the city council telling us to do that? It appears making 2 of 19 units low income and moderate income gave Hallmark the second bonus density. I think that's correct. And I've also heard that the 2 low income units, they're going to sell for $75,000. That's pretty damn low. $75,000 for a house nowadays when houses are selling for $800,000. That is like totally ridiculous. When I bought my house in 1992, I paid $139,000 with 13% interest. I could barely make it. I had to move in with my sister. So how in the hell is someone who's only making $75,000 afford to buy a house and pay for rent? Well, that would pay for rent and pay for everything at $75,000. So that is what got us to the 19 units, those 2. I told you that. 13, okay.
You're at 2:30. If you're going to want to have rebuttal, you need to wind down.
Okay. If the city uses affordable housing to allow developers to maximize density, then the city should have a list of first-time homebuyers that are able to buy at least the $75,000 house. But I believe what they told me was that who makes the decision on who gets the $75,000 house? Well, Hallmark could be selling those to family or relatives. We don't know. It should be a city thing. You want that affordable housing thing, then we want you to take care of our citizens in Oceanside. Someone that's been renting in an apartment for 5 years that would love to own a home and actually live in it and is not going to turn around and flip it to make money off it. And we need to verify that, since we've got to have time for him. Anyway, I'll do more rebuttal. Come on up.
Thank you. All right, 124.
So he's going to show back.
I'm sorry, you still want to do your presentation? Because you only have 124 left, 1 minute, 24 seconds. He can do 3 minutes. How many people do you have? Excuse me, how many people have signed up?
We only have 2 registered speakers on this item.
All right, this is a public hearing, so we'll hear first from the public. He
Okay.
can speak for 3 minutes. And then anyone else wishing to speak after the two that signed up will be able,
Okay, well,
anyone else?
my main argument is
Are you,
them being,
you're going to use up your rebuttal if you,
well, no, we can do that later. It's them being allowed to park and permit parking, and that's
all
the
right,
discussion between
Okay.
city and attorney.
okay, thank you. So, did you want to address that now, or did you want to wait till? I did ask if we could, the council could address that issue and find that they not qualify to be able to obtain a preferential parking permit, which is not part of the project that I would think of under the density bonus. And Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the preferential parking program is adopted pursuant to a state law provision of the vehicle code that allows us to have a preferential parking program. There's several cases that have interpreted this provision as requiring only general adjacency and not specific street adjacency. Additionally, there's an attorney general opinion directly on point, which actually prohibits favoring single-family homes over nearby or adjacent higher density homes, and that it creates the type of hardship for higher density that is exactly what the state is trying to remedy. So there's an attorney general opinion directly on point on this question.
All right, I'm sure you'll find a reference to the notation.
Sure.
So you can share.
Yes, I have both of those.
He said that there is a case on point and also an attorney general opinion on point, which I had not known. So he was going to give the notation, where you can read it if you have a computer with you. All right. Okay, this is a public hearing, and we're going to go ahead and call the two people who have signed up. Excuse me? Oh, the applicant, my apologies. The applicant has up to 20 minutes as well. You do not get rebuttal, so you can use all or part of the 20 minutes.
Not a problem. Honorable Mayor, Sean Santa Cruz with Hallmark Communities. I'll be quick. I'll just address a couple of the issues. On the parking permit question, I just wanted to clarify, and city attorney can weigh in. The church actually owns all of Grace Street. When the boundary survey was done, the church owns fee title to all of Grace Street. And so there is only an easement that was granted to the city in 1956. So it does belong to the church's property. That's why on the entitlement on the map, you see there was a Lot D created over.
I'm sorry, are you saying that Grace Street, a public street, is owned by the church?
Was owned in fee title. There was only an easement that was granted to the city in 1956. It still retains the underlying fee title ownership, so that if Grace was ever vacated or abandoned, fee title would revert back to the church.
Could you stop the time at that point? Yeah, did you want to?
Sure, I haven't looked specifically at this, but that is not uncommon for when we accept public improvements like a roadway. It is through an easement for the passage in the thoroughfare, and that the fee title remains exactly as stated, such that if the street is ever vacated, the property reverts back to the underlying property owners. That's why most property lines go to the center line of the street.
Okay, so they own up to the center line?
Again, they have a fee interest in the reversion, and they have a ground interest below the public right-of-way. But the public right-of-way is a public street that has been dedicated for public use through the adoption of the subdivision map through the original entitlement. So it is a public street. We own it, we maintain it, but it's dedicated by easement, and that's the manner in which these are typically handled.
Okay, so you mentioned maintenance of that street. So because they are the owners, are they supposed to maintain the street?
No, the maintenance of the public right-of-way for which we have the easement, which we operate as a public street, which was dedicated to us, is maintained by the city, right? They have the underlying fee title to the property, yes, but we have the obligation under the dedication to maintain the public rights of way.
All right, while he finishes his comment, and I thank you for stopping the time, you haven't lost any time. Just wanted to clarify that because it wasn't clear to me.
Yeah,
And I
no,
wanted to make sure that I understand what you're saying. Can staff look up what the status is currently while we're moving forward on the hearing? Or, Mr. Thompson, do you have a response to that?
Honorable Mayor, from the title report that was submitted for the project, that is correct. So it's a easement for public right-of-way purposes, but the underlying land is owned by the church.
All right, does that mean that the city, which has the easement, is that correct?
Sorry, can you clarify?
So
The city.
it said, this,
I haven't seen it, but I would expect the easement is in favor of the city for use of that Gray Street as a public thoroughfare and right-of-way.
which includes the parking on that street, correct? The city,
That I don't know. We would have to defer
okay.
to city attorney or city traffic
I think that that's
engineer.
going to be important to at least address this issue. So if you could be looking into that while we move forward with the hearing.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
sorry,
Yes, parking on Gray Street is managed by the city. That's why the city has a preferential parking program. It is a public street. There could be no parking. It could be painted red, depending on traffic studies and other things. It is the public right-of-way that can be managed in conformance with the traffic standards, applicable for the city under either the vehicle code, the local traffic code, or engineering discretion.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead. My apologies.
No, not a problem. On the second question about the property line with the fencing, we did meet with all 6 owners that are directly adjacent north to us, informed them that at some point in time back in the past, the fence line was incorrectly surveyed. So as it starts from Gray Street and then moves east, the fence line is about 3.5, and then it goes to about 5.5 feet off this property line. So as part of the project, we will be building on the legal lot in our area, and then that area will now go back to all those neighbors. And we've already offered and have worked with individual neighbors to remove their fencing, connect their side yard fencing to our new wall fencing combination on the property line. And then we're also working with the individual owners as well to add some additional landscaping in their backyard to help with the screening of the wall and the fence and possible view encroachment from the second level of the homes that are directly abutting those properties to the north. Regarding the fill dirt or the compaction, we'll be over-Xing and recompacting, mass grading 0 to 6 feet across the entire site, property line to property line. There's a filed geotechnical report. It has all the requirements for the depth and over-X and compaction, so we don't feel like there's any issue regarding the past use or potential dumping of fill at the time on the field. Regarding the dust control, we'll have an adopted erosion control plan that will be filed as standard. The application of water throughout the grading operations will be used in order to control dust. We've conveyed to the neighbors directly to the north of us, again, the 6 neighbors with the property line, that if there is some errant dust that does come onto their property, we will come in and power wash and spray and take care of that issue. But obviously with the application of water during construction, we don't envision that being an issue. Regarding the, let's see.
Your plan would be to build within a year, was that right?
Yeah,
Did I hear that?
so basically our estimated time frame, so we're building all 19 homes at one time. We estimate it's going to take around 9 to 10 months to build everything. The initial grading or operation will take 3 to 4 weeks. Then we'll be building the retaining walls, which are on all the property lines surrounding on all 4 sides. That'll take about another 4 weeks. And so basically our overall duration, we estimate to be about 9 to 10 months of construction out there. Regarding the noise situation, so I think there is no noise impact as far as our property is concerned related to the surrounding area. We are building a retaining wall along the northern property line that goes up in height, as it states in the staff report, anywhere from 3.5 to 6 feet. And then there's a 6-foot tall vinyl fence on top of that. We have enough vertical offset from the lower units below that any type of proposed barrier would have minimal impact because of the vertical offset in that location. And again, a noise wall is particularly designed for a project to keep noise from impacting the project, not the other way around in terms of its application. As far as the safety concerns and the stop signs, so we did bring up the intersection of Grace and Foster with City Traffic Engineer Tila Cotter. and it was her opinion that it wasn't warranted at that location. If she does feel tonight that there would be necessary at that location, we will add that as well, as that was the fourth intersection that we had asked her to take a look at.
At Foster and Grace.
Foster and Grace. So we've already approached that with her, and she provided a preliminary decision that it was not warranted there. As far as the inclusionary housing ordinance, so Housing Service Director Leilani Hines does have a inclusionary agreement, and it does specify exactly the parameters of the people that it is supposed to go to first, and that there's a lottery system. So it is not within our power or discretion on how these homes are sold. There's specific guidelines within a specific paragraph in that inclusionary agreement that outlines the proper procedure. I've received about 10 calls already from people interested in both the very low and moderate, but I've explained to them it's a little early, but that we will have to follow the proper agreement. Hallmark has built single-family homes, inclusionary housing ordinance back in 2003 off Emerald Drive, and that we had gave away or sold 2 very low-income homes at that time, and it was a lottery system. So that is the same application then that it is now as well on the project. Regarding the church, we have approached the church on the parking. There obviously is, they're not interested at this time due to concerns over access, security, liability, and insurance. Additionally, right now, we are taking 13 of the existing parking spaces on the site. We did a full parking account, surveyed their entire building to confirm that they have enough adequate parking to meet the square footage that currently exists on site. They do have 27 extra guest spaces right now, but they obviously don't want to encumber anything with a type of license agreement at this time, because they obviously have plans to do rehabilitation, parking, fixing the parking lot, new lighting, striping, a lot of general maintenance that has not been performed out there. So we can revisit with them down the road. But again, it would be a license agreement, fully revocable at their discretion. So it never could be like an easement that could be ever relied on in perpetuity. But at this point in time, they are not interested in doing that until they figure out what their next steps are with their plans. I think that addresses most of the questions, and if there's other questions that the council has of me, but I don't have anything more in regards to the items that were just raised at this time.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sure you'll be called up if there's any questions from the dais.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is a time for hearing from the public on this very specific project. Could you call the 2 people, and then I'll call out others after that.
Our first speaker is Adriana Escobedo, to be followed by David Lindsay. And please approach the lectern.
Ms. Escobedo, followed by David Lindsay. You could speak.
I believe she's trying to speak on the general item, or the item that was paused.
Item's not on the agenda?
Item 14.
The last, item 14. So that'll be addressed after this and the next project,
Yeah, we're
correct?
done with item 14 speakers. So how about David Lindsay? Is David Lindsay here?
Oh, definitely.
All right.
Evening. My name is David Lindsay. My wife and I live on Foster Street, the side that borders the church dirt lot. My parents were first owners back in '59. I grew up in that house. Now we enjoy it as our retirement home. The noise, the dirt, those are significant concerns, but may be temporary. But the loss of privacy and the unobstructed view I've enjoyed all my life, those are permanent. The church is a business, as are all organized religions. They have to survive as a business first, then provide for their customers. The church owns the house next to mine. If they needed money, why haven't they sold that property? The church decided to expand, so they added a very large structure for meeting rooms. They could afford that, but couldn't afford to have the dirt taken away, so they dumped it all on the dirt lot, raising that level about 6 feet. Since then, the houses that border the lot have suffered the additional runoff into our backyard, For years, I've had to pump out the water when it rained. I have real concern about the long-term damage to our walls from all the standing water. Now, last year, we invested a little over $4,000 to have a patio and 4 drains put in. I worry about all the other houses if the proposed drainage from this development does not fix the problem the church caused. But why is the dirt lot not returned to street level? That would improve my privacy issue and the drainage concerns. Makes sense, doesn't it? Parking. Will we keep the Foster Street parking permits, or will Gray Street be allowed to park overnight? How about family and friends? Let's say on holidays when they spend the nights. If the permits stay, will the city increase the patrols and enforce the permits year-round? Well, the church has available parking that is not used, even on Sunday mornings. When they have been involved in meetings about the development, they have been very adamant that they will not give any additional area for parking spaces. I know the governor's density bonus law says developers do not have to take parking into consideration, but there is no guest parking in the plan. And Gray Street is not wide enough to accommodate parking on both sides safely. And legitimate safety concerns are allowed to generate modifications to the developer's original plans. Please take action. My neighbors and I do not want the church to fail. We fear what would take its place. But they are making a huge change in our neighborhood, none of it for the better. The developer is trying to work with the owners that border the property in order to ease the pain. The key word is ease, but the key word here is pain. We don't want to lose hallmark communities because we fear what would take their place. We do appreciate the city leaders that have met with the members of this community that will be impacted by this development.
Thank you.
Send a message to the governor to allow cities to make the final decisions that affect the citizens that vote them into office and vote them out of office.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. This is a, we had the one person who signed up. You didn't have to sign up for this item because it is a public hearing. So if you wish to address the council on this item, please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak on this. Yes, we have two podiums. Did you want to show something?
Yeah, I'm going to wing it. I was anticipating a little more time.
If you could state your name.
Appreciate it.
There you go.
Thank you,
briefly,
Ms. Thank you for your concessions and your time and opportunity. My name is Sean Davis. I'm actually here to kind of represent a different perspective on a neighborhood of Loma Alta. I am kind of a de facto safety officer for Greenbrier Drive. And so just kind of giving a concept, I think a lot of people don't really necessarily see, when you're hearing Grace, you don't need the streets. But we are actually living on a resident on Greenbrier. There are a number of issues that exist on Greenbrier that feed right on to Grace Street. And so besides the homeless issues, besides the Gold Hill Park golf balls, besides just a random number of things that happen, the easements between the properties, with the speeding, which is a really big problem that is being addressed. All of these issues feed right on to Grace and go right through the community. So these are issues that a lot of times you're not necessarily seeing. The density of the community itself, because of all the additional amenities, brings a lot of that traffic through. And so you don't really kind of see that if you're not necessarily living in the community itself. But I wanted to talk a little bit as well about the density project in itself, and I'll try to be brief. Because of all these other properties and because of all the things that actually draw people to the community, you have a considerable amount of traffic that goes through. And I don't think people think about a Mission Avenue versus a Canyon Street. When people are getting through those avenues, they're using our back streets to get to those locations just to avoid traffic. And traffic is getting bad all over the place. So as you think of traffic and speeding, they're speeding through our block, they're going on the Grace, and although we may get speed bumps at some point, As they go off of Grace, they're going to speed right through on the Grace and onto the other facilities. So even though Greenbrier hopefully will get some traffic easing measures put installed, they're still not going to stop, not necessarily the speeders, but also the amount of traffic that's to be going through that community, particularly when I believe it's the Crouch Street development, Crouch and Oceanside Boulevard, as that 200+ unit development is brought online, they're going to be coming right through the community as well. So oftentimes, as that traffic comes through, you don't ever see the congestion that is associated with it. But before I get to that, I wanted to speak briefly on parking. I know my time might be running out here. If you see the two pictures, these are a development that Hallmark did right down the block from the existing location or the proposed proposal. They actually include parking on that development. So if they had done that with this development, it would ease the concerns that are going on Grace right now. This is the exact pictures on the left are pictures of Grace Street as they currently stand today to day. Every day it's empty no matter what time it is, versus the right side is Dixie, which is a result of what's happening because of the overflow of traffic, of parking that's not available in Dixie from the Dixie development that Hallmark created. So I know my time is short. I just want to kind of get to this point at least and just kind of say if something can be done to kind of recognize the bigger picture here in developing this community. Every community is going to have the opportunity to respond to the density bonuses, but when you have a large entity like this and they have two products within one density, one area, it creates a greater problem. Right. May not necessarily be seeing the double-folded effect on the speeds and some of the other issues.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this very specific project? Oh, Joan, of course. Ms. Bachman.
Hello, Council and Mayor. Joan Bachman, downtown resident. I'm very familiar with this area. I drive through Greenbrier all the time to get over to Brook Street Bridge, back to my neighborhood. So the issues there are that you need to slow traffic. Stop signs don't do it. Stop signs are zoom stop, zoom stop. And because they had to stop, they're pissed off and they zoom faster. So you've got to do something beyond stop signs. We need to slow traffic by design. Traffic doesn't slow because you put up a sign or you put a stop sign in. And speed bumps are the worst. Do not do that, people. We need real traffic calming designs where streets are narrowed at a certain place. Cars slow down with trees there. Street trees are key. So we have to physically narrow the streets. Parkways are critical. You're going to hear a lot about parkways from me. And yes, please, a better noise ordinance. Living over here with 100 motorcycles going up the coast and down the coast is horrific, and all the mufflers that happen going up and down the hills over here. So, and the biggest issue really is the yard crews. Those gas guzzling equipment is really a problem. We need to mandate electric. And please don't sue the state. That is the wrong way to go. The state gave us these density bonuses because we have a housing crisis. I've got 3 sons. I know this firsthand. I think a lot of people in the audience probably know that as well. And so we have got to build housing. We have an answer. The Smart and Sustainable Corridor Program needs to get passed this winter because this state law goes into effect in July. We need that passed now because that puts all the density on our major streets where there is transit, no last miles, and it leaves the neighborhoods alone. So it's a win-win for everybody. And there's plenty of places for density. We did the math. And on Greenbrier, again, the issue there with all traffic is speed, not quantity. And the more parking spaces you add, the more cars you get. This is how it works. There's no way to please cars. I was on I-15 yesterday around 4 o'clock. Hey, 9 lanes on a side, stop, going north in the afternoon. So I-15, you just can't make it wide enough. So please don't go that route. But Greenbrier could be a couplet with the one going through Goat Hill and make it one way up and one way down. Put angled parking in and plant 1 million trees. That will help. Visually, it will slow the cars. So I just can't say enough about that for traffic calming, real traffic calming. So don't give in to the car, more lanes or more parking is better philosophy, because it's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. Yeah, I think you've heard enough of this, and you've heard it week after week, and it's all about development. And it's an issue that you are avoiding. You need to do, as I requested you to do months ago, and that is to address traffic and parking within the city. You need to make that a priority, make it a workshop, 2 workshops, or however much it takes. You could address a lot of that problem. You could set a level of traffic and parking and say, we're escalating it to make it a goal of the city that it should be C or better. Otherwise, you're saying we're going to fail. And that's what's going on. You're allowing the state to tell us what our traffic should be. It reminds me of a cartoon I saw back in the 70s, where the people sat in the freeway in their own cars, backed up forever. That was their new home. You need to stop and start thinking about conditions of life. What is the fear that's going on with the people out here being stuck and almost, sick alert and on our streets? I've seen it backed up almost around the city, everywhere. With all these developments, you need to look at questions of the deposit, default, and forfeiture on these developers. You need to look at conditional use permits. You need to look at deed restrictions. You need to look at conditions of residency. All of these things you have control of. And the state, you should look at impacts on community cost, whether they are stress-related or health-related. We have not seen that happen. This council is silent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the council on this item? All right, I don't see anyone else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing. And yeah, I'm going to get to that. Yeah, so we do have a rebuttal left. I think it was 1 minute, 23 seconds, or what was it?
124.
124. All right. Mr. Kurkowski?
Okay, 1 minute. All right, as I said before, Sean, we want the project. It needs some concessions. The noise is heavy. We want a 6-foot block wall to block out the noise during construction and afterwards. Windows, easy to fix. We got people on his project that are looking into their windows. Those are easy things to fix. Those are easy concessions. We want to work with this, but that's a big one. I never knew the city, I never knew the church owned a public street. That needs to really be researched, and it needs to be taken out of their control. So basically, the maintenance of that public street should be on the church, and the church can barely take care of their own place. They're not taking care of the street. So that needs to be taken away. That is a public street. Whatever you need to do, it needs to get out of control of them. We like the project, too big, but anyway, there's some concessions that can be made, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Anything from staff before it comes to the council?
I will just clarify that the stack density bonus is not a local program, that's state law. So that was a question that came up earlier.
I do understand that Ms. Tila Cotter actually went out there and made some recommendations. Tila, could we hear from you before we deliberate here? our traffic engineer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name's Tila Cotto, City Traffic Engineer. I went out and I met with Mr. Kowski, I'm pronouncing that correctly, a couple days ago, and we discussed many of his concerns out there. There are a couple things that we're addressing like he asked for some red curb at the intersection of Grace and Foster, and I said that would be fine because that would go along with AB 413. And then he inquired about a double yellow line on Dixie Street, where that one image that Mr. Davis had shown of all the cars parked along the street. And I said that is something that I can address. There's already a double yellow center line on Grace Street. There was some concerns about speeding. I did get some data out there, and the critical speed on Grace Street between Maxon and Foster was 29 miles per hour, which is fairly good compared to other residential streets in the city. And then also there was the topic about the stop signs. So there are a couple of uncontrolled intersections within that radius of the project. And so I had agreed, and the developers agreed that they will address it, of putting stop signs on the stem of a T of an intersection. And that was on Cary at El Monte, on El Monte at Foster Street, John, hopefully I'm getting these right, and then on Foster at Saratoga, and then there's...
And those are the stops that the...
there we go. Thank you.
Applicant has agreed to, is that correct? I was trying to go from memory. But, and then there was one where Foster and El Monte, there's a stop on the east leg already, but looking at it, yes, it doesn't meet counts, but looking at the counts and looking at the intersection and it being kind of odd that there's all that one stop on the east leg, I said that, I'd be agreeable to making that an all-way stop right there. So those were the, a quick summary of what we had discussed out there. Okay, thank you. And that was agreeable to the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay, cool. For the stop that seems to be either a California roll or just, because when I was there, folks were not stopping for that stop sign. What if you do a red lit stop sign? If you put lights on it, I've seen that.
Right.
On Foster and Grace.
A couple things about that item is, one, I know that that OPD has been contacted. I would just highly recommend OPD being out there to do enforcement on that. I've been out there as well. I've seen people do a California rule, but I've also seen people stop. But the other thing is I hesitate doing LED stop signs in residential neighborhoods on 2-lane roads such as this, especially because the LED stop signs flash 24/7 and can flash into people's homes. Oh. So I just like to be very cognizant of that.
All right. Okay, well, thank you. Mm-hmm. To the council, Councilmember Robinson.
Thanks. I only had one question, and I haven't been out there, in a long time, but I was just looking at it on Google Maps, and it was talking about the grade. I forget who was talking about the grade of the lot, and it does look like it's severely elevated. Will this be taken down to the street level? Because the one gentleman mentioned that. I'm just curious.
Councilmember Robinson, the site is a little elevated above the street level. That is a requirement to keep it that way, as I understand, for stormwater purposes, or else they would need an expensive stormwater pump, because the only facility is on Grace Street, and that's the way, just through gravity, it has to go down to Grace Street.
I'm not showing any other lights from my colleagues wishing to speak. Councilmember Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. and I appreciate Mr. Kirkowski's comments and the issues of the neighbors, but I'm struggling to see that there's anything here that would give us reasonable findings to deny a density bonus project. So I'm going to move approval of the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Yeah, I just want to speak to a couple items. I thank the neighbors for showing up and the developer for doing multiple rounds of conversations. I do feel like this was a pretty responsive process as far as developments go. Sometimes it doesn't feel like you're heard or that you have the ability to work together, and this one did feel pretty collaborative, and I appreciate that. I do also want to second something about the Grace and Foster. When you're coming off of Grace onto Foster, you can't see around the corner, and people tend to fly around that corner really fast. So if there's something that we can do to figure out how to make that a safer place for people, because there's also no sidewalk on that side of Grace too. So a lot of times folks are walking in the street, and it's just it's a weird spot. And I think it would be a good idea to make that a safer place if there are options for us. And, you know, as we're getting more and more people walking in these neighborhoods, because there's more people in the neighborhoods, because there's more houses in the neighborhoods, it'd be good for us to consider doing any pedestrian crossings as well to kind of make sure we're directing folks to the safe pathways in the neighborhood. I know there are some, because there's a safe route to school that goes up Maxon and to the middle school. And that's another piece that we're working on as a city, because there's a missing sidewalk in that area. So folks in the neighborhood are forced off of a sidewalk that ends into the roadway. And these are middle schoolers that are walking from their neighborhood to get to their middle school, Lincoln Middle School. So it's a really important one that staff is taking a look at to figure out if we can solve that problem in the nearest future possible, because it's a safe route to school. We have to make sure kids can get to school, along with making sure that everybody has a safe place to walk in their neighborhood, just generally. So I think a lot of the safety concerns might have been brought up and amplified by the fact that this project is coming forward right now, but I feel very, very cleanly that we're on the hook for many of these things, including the Maxon sidewalk. So we also have the Canyon stoplight, which is in the CIP project, which was not funded this year, but is also another critical piece of safety infrastructure in that neighborhood. Canyon is dangerous for many reasons, but one is just the way that when you drive down that street, it is absolutely people go way too fast. And if you're trying to cross over from Cary into over Canyon, forget about it. I've seen people almost get hit all the time. So just know that we're having those conversations, we're pushing that forward, and it's a really important piece of safety infrastructure. Canyon has got to be a safer place for people to be. I appreciate Tila bringing up the speed on Grace. I think that's something that we should keep a very close eye on too, because it is a straightaway. For whatever reason, it feels like they do go faster on there. And I know that I appreciate that we get data to back up whether or not that's true. Maybe it's just because it feels such an open space and it's moving faster. But I know that Greenbrier is in the process of getting their speed bumps. And so I fully support that. And if it makes sense to continue that program onto Grace, then I would also fully support that. Once again, just making sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure the neighbors are safe during this time of transition. So that's all I have on this one.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same question as Councilmember Robinson as well. I know someone mentioned that the church had some of that, it was elevated because they dumped soil on there. Is that the reason why it's elevated, or is it elevated specifically for the drainage?
Councilmember Figueroa, I don't know the history of the site off the top of my head.
Okay. I do want to acknowledge, I believe it was Mr. Davis who spoke about Greenbrier. As someone who used to go from Lincoln Middle School and walk up Greenbrier to get to the Oceanside Boys and Girls Club as an adult, I use that road to get to Canyon or to get to Mission Avenue. And so I do know that folks, there's a lot of turns, and at times, as a Deputy Mayor Joyce said, throughout that community, you don't really know what's coming. Because I know the area, I know, make sure that I'm driving accordingly through there, but I know it is a concern, and I've heard it plenty of times, and the kids do use that road to get to Lincoln back and forth, along with the Oceanside Boys and Girls Club as well. I just have one question, and maybe someone, I missed it. I didn't, there said there's a possibility for a potential four-way stop. Can someone tell me where that possibility may be for the all-way? Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, that was the only question I had. Thank you.
All right, I want to thank Mr. Borrego for having come to the on-site meeting, and then afterwards, I think he had a conversation with Rick, possibly again, maybe more than once, and that he got Ms. Cotter involved. Thank you very much. And so that sometimes we don't get these issues up front, so we're having to see what we can do later on. I was wondering if the maker of the motion would consider adding a direction to staff to continue to address the traffic issues there, including the potential for, well, the stop signs are already included as part of the project, but for the other things that she's looking to do. Okay, so I'll go ahead and second that. I know there's issues that you feel very strongly about the sound, so we'll certainly be, continuing to look at that. Yes, thank you. And we got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Now on to item number 17. Staff recommends that the Community Development Commission adopt a resolution approving a development plan and density bonus to allow the construction of an 8-story mixed-use project comprised of 273 residential units, including 28 deed-restricted low-income units and approximately 4,006 square feet of commercial space on a 1.51-acre site located at 901 Mission Avenue. I want to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from commissioners regarding constituent contacts and or correspondence.
Staff, the applicant, and public.
Yeah, same, staff, applicant, and public.
Staff and public.
Staff, the applicant, and members of the public.
Staff, applicant, and public.
All right, Mr. Novato, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We forwarded all correspondence that was received before 4 o'clock. We did receive via email a letter from Tobin Zimack from AR Architects after 4 o'clock, and we just had a hard distribution from the Bird's Eye Planning Group on this item.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin the presentation with Natalie Vasquez, Associate Planner for the City of Oceanside.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. I am Natalie Vasquez with the Planning Division. Tonight, I'm presenting to you the proposed mixed-use project at 901 Mission Avenue. The mayor already outlined the staff recommendation for the project. The undeveloped just a background on the project. So the undeveloped 1.51 acre project site is located at 901 Mission Avenue. The site has a general plan land use designation of downtown, a zoning designation of downtown District 2, and is within the town site neighborhood planning area. The project site is within a half-mile of the Oceanside Transit Center and is within the Oceanside Transit Overlay District. As shown on the site photos, the project site is currently vacant and undeveloped. Surrounding uses include a mix of commercial and office uses to the north and west, to the east, Oceanside High School, and to the south, a mix of multifamily and single-family residential units. Additionally, staff is currently reviewing 2 separate development applications near the project site. Both are 7-story mixed-use buildings at 801 Mission Avenue, just west of the project, and 810 Mission Avenue, northwest of the project site. The project consists of two components, a development plan and a request for a density bonus application. The applicant submitted a SB 330 application in November of 2023 that locked in the development standards and impact fees in place at the time of the SB 330 application. At the time, the city did not have a maximum density established for mixed-use projects in the downtown district, and therefore the project is not subject to the density cap that came into effect in December of 2023. The proposed project consists of the construction of an 8-story mixed-use building with 4,006 square feet ground floor of commercial space. The commercial space would front Mission Avenue and the corner of North Horn Street. There are 273 apartments proposed, including 28 deed-restricted units. This includes a total of 54 studio units, 142 one-bedroom units, and 77 two-bedroom units. The low-income deed-restricted units would be proportional to the market rate units and would be dispersed throughout the building. The project includes multiple amenity areas for the residents, including rooftop deck, an outdoor courtyard, and pool with seating area. Parking for the proposed mixed-use project would be provided through 4 levels of an enclosed parking garage, offering a total of 322 off-street parking spaces. The ground level site plan, which consists of the leasing and office and lobby area, the 4,006 square feet commercial component, and 5 residential units. Vehicle access to the surface parking and subterranean parking garage would be provided via North Clementine Street and North Horn Street. The remaining units and amenity areas, including courtyards and rooftop decks, would be distributed across the building's 8 floors. The project exhibits a topographic slope, which is illustrated by the red dashed line on the section plans. The grade descends approximately 17 feet from North Horn Street down to North Clementine Street. The proposed building is designed to follow the natural downward slope of the site from North Horn Street to North Clementine Street, as shown on the renderings. The proposed 8-story building embraces a contemporary urban design, a mix of architectural elements, including aluminum boxwood panels, decorative structural overhangs, awnings, and canopies that would balance the building's design. The main elevation of the building would be oriented along Mission Avenue with ground floor commercial frontages extending along Mission Avenue and wrapping around a portion of North Horn Street. These frontages would feature a mix of decorative materials, including expansive glass storefronts and with generous ceiling heights and decorative board-formed concrete planks, offering a contemporary urban aesthetic, enhancing the building's street-level presence along Mission Avenue. Mission Avenue would also incorporate seating areas with glass railings, contributing to the pedestrian-friendly streetscape. The project would incorporate a variety of landscape materials, including street trees planted along adjacent sidewalks. As shown on the slide, a mix of trees, shrubs, and ground cover will be thoughtfully integrated around the proposed building and right-of-way along Mission Avenue, Seagaze Drive, North Horn Street, and North Clementine Street. I also want to note that the palm trees that currently exist on site would be removed. The table on this slide provides a summary of the proposed floor plans within the project. Residential units would range in size from 479 square feet for studio units, between 609 and 863 square feet for one-bedroom units, and 1,052 to 1,186 square feet for two-bedroom units. The project includes a total of 28 affordable units, which would be evenly distributed throughout the building, consisting of 6 studio units, 14 one-bedroom units, and 8 two-bedroom units. In total, the project offers 18 distinct unit types. For reference, this slide highlights 5 of the unit types. Parking spaces would be provided within 4 levels of parking, which are 2.5 of those levels would be subterranean parking, offering a total of 322 off-street parking spaces. Of the total parking supply, 294 spaces would be allocated for residents, 22 for commercial uses, 5 for the leasing office, and 1 space would be reserved for a USPS parking space. The project would provide a residential parking ratio of 1.08 spaces per unit, ensuring that each unit is provided with at least 1 dedicated parking space. The applicant is proposing to utilize the provisions of Assembly Bill 2097, AB 2097, which I'll explain in the next slide. AB 2097 is a state law that prohibits public agencies from imposing minimum automobile parking requirements on eligible residential, commercial, or other development projects located within half a mile of public transit. As 901 Mission Avenue is situated half a mile from the Oceanside Transit Center, the project site is eligible. Under AB 2097, the project is not required to provide minimum off-street parking spaces, although the applicant is providing a total of 322 off-street parking spaces. And as mentioned in my previous slide, 294 of those spaces would be designated for residential uses, and each of the 273 units will be allocated at least 1 parking space. Since the project is reserving 10% of the total units to low-income qualifying households pursuant to state density bonus law, the project is entitled to 1 incentive or concession. The applicant, however, has not requested any incentives or concessions. State law also allows an unlimited number of waivers from development standards to projects that provide low-income households, low-income housing, and utilize density bonus application. As described in the staff report, the applicant's description and justification, in order to accommodate for the proposed density and provide the low-income units, the project cannot physically comply with all applicable development standards, and the applicant has requested waivers from the following development standards, which are listed on the slide. The proposed development standards and requested waivers are included in Table 3 in the staff report. I also want to address a typo on Table 3 and confirm that the proposed density is 180.4 dwelling units per acre. At the time that the application was submitted, at the time the applicant submitted their SB 330 application in November of 2023, the city did not have a maximum density established for the subject property, so the proposed density of 180.4 dwelling units per acre is allowed, and the applicant does not need to request additional density as part of the application. As outlined in this slide, there are 3 reasons a local government can deny an incentive or concession or waiver. The first reason is if the project would have a specific adverse impact. A specific adverse impact is defined as a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objectives, identified written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions. Staff has reviewed the requested waivers and did not determine that there would be a specific adverse impact by granting the request. Additionally, the project would not result in adverse impact to historical resources and would not be contrary to state or federal law. In accordance with the city's enhanced notification policy, the applicant conducted community outreach as part of the entitlement process. Outreach efforts included public outreach meetings at the Oceanside Public Library community rooms on November 18th, 2024. Notifications were sent to stakeholders via email, as well as the notification list required under the enhanced notification policy. A fact sheet with the project overview, development goals, site details, and amenities was circulated and made available to the public. Outreach efforts aim to inform the community of the project, gather feedback, and address possible concerns. As described in the staff report, the project has been reviewed in compliance with the city's general plan and zoning ordinance. The mixed-use building is consistent with the pattern of redevelopment in the downtown area, and the project would help accommodate the city's regional fair share of housing by providing 273 new residential units to the housing stock. By reserving 28 units to low-income households, the project would offer housing opportunities in an area otherwise unattainable for lower-income households. The proposed project would enhance the community and improve the visual image of the surrounding neighborhood. The project complies with the requirements of the zoning ordinance, except where the applicant is seeking waivers consistent with the state density bonus law and the utilization of AB 2097 for parking. Also, the Downtown Advisory Committee voted a 3-2-4 vote recommending approval of the proposed development plan and density bonus.
For who abstained or were absent?
Oh, it was 3 voted that attended, 4 abstained, or 4 were absent, sorry, and 2 voted
Okay.
no.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. As described in the staff report, the project has been reviewed in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Staff finds that the project qualifies for a categorical exemption pursuant to Article 19, Section 15332, infill development projects. The project site is located within a highly urbanized area and is consistent with the applicable general plan designation, general plan policies, and zoning regulations. At 1.5 acres, the site is below the 5-acre threshold for infill exemptions. Additionally, the site has no value as for habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species, and the project approval would not result in significant impacts related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. Staff is recommending that the CDC adopt a resolution confirming issuance of a CEQA categorical exemption, Section 15332, infill development plans, and approval of the development plan and the density bonus for an 8-story mixed-use project. For the 8-story mixed-use project comprised of 273 residential units, including 28 deed-restricted units and approximately 4,006 square feet of commercial space on a 1.51-acre site located at 901 Mission Avenue. This concludes my presentation. Colin Hoffman with JPI, the applicant, has prepared a presentation for the council. And
Okay, thank you. I just have a question for clarification.
Yes.
So there are 294 spaces in the garage for residential use. Does that mean that each of the residents, there's at least one parking spot for each of the residents?
Yes.
Each of the units?
There
At
should-
least one parking spot for each of
Correct.
the
There
units?
was, yes, Honorable Mayor, there would be a ratio of 1.08 spaces per unit, and that would be enough for 1 space per unit.
Okay, but because I wasn't sure that was actually what was going to be allowed, is that each unit will have access to 1 parking space?
So in total, the project would be providing 322 parking spaces, as shown on the slide. And out of those 322, 294 would be allocated for residential. And there are 273 units, so that would be sufficient. Well, that would be enough for 1 space per unit. And there would be a little more left over.
Right, I just wanted to make sure that each one was being provided with.
And I'm sure Colin with JPI
Well,
can also
clarify that for me, right?
Clarify that for us as well.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And that was not counting any of the street parking, right? That the street parking is still going to be allowed for the public?
Correct, yes.
All right.
Honorable Mayor, yes, the street parking would still be available for the project. For the public, the applicant didn't count that street parking towards
I noticed that.
their parking.
Thank you.
Yes.
And this is like the 3rd plan for
this
901?
901, I'm aware of the Belvedere one a few years ago.
Peter knows. All right, thank you. Colin. Mr. Hubman? You get 20 minutes, up to 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. And to quickly clarify the previous question, those are assigned spaces.
So each one is going to be given one parking spot, each unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Colin Hoffman. I'm Director of Development at JPI West, and I'm very pleased to present to you tonight the 901 Mission Avenue project. A little bit about our company, JPI. We're a nationally leading multifamily development company, a development and construction company with our goal to transform building and be leaders in the construction and development. We have taken significant strides to be sustainably leading in our industry, and more importantly, to improve lives, and especially here in the City of Oceanside. All of our properties operate under the CARES program, which is our own initiative program to foster communities, not break them down, build residents together, and retain residents. We're very proud to boast that across our portfolio nationwide, we boast an over 83% retention rate residents. We're very proud of. That's clearly due to our community and what we bring to the residents. Additionally, we're very pleased to have been members of the San Diego community for over 30 years. We are very big on fostering relationships within our cities. We're very pleased and honored to have been given the opportunity to build within the City of Oceanside. Currently, we have under construction 295 units across from the Crouch Street Transit Center. That's still under construction, should be delivered at the end of next year. But again, going back to the sustainability, we're very pleased to have a transit-oriented development to foster the connection of east of the 5 to the other remaining portions of Oceanside. Going to the site. Currently, 901 is located right across from Oceanside High School. We are proposing 273 units. Of that, 28 will be deed-restricted affordable units. Additionally, we'll have 4,000 square feet of ground floor retail fronting Mission Avenue, with an additional 2,000 square feet for a leasing office on the corner of South or North Clementine and Mission Avenue. On the subject of retail, we have had conversations and to continue to coordinate with Oceanside Unified Schools District and the high school, being very mindful of our future retail tenants not be a nuisance and or a deterrent from the high school. We strongly and are very happy to have them as members of the community, incorporate them into our project. We've had many concerns talking with the community about the issues surrounding about parking. And while we have a requirement to have zero parking, we did our own studies and made it very clear that we would provide 322 stalls within our development to account for the residents in the retail spaces. As noted before, 294 of those stalls are for residents. 22 of those will be specific to the retail. The current existing conditions of the site. This is unfortunately how it looks today. This has been a site to have in the past have homeless activity, and then in our outreach with community members, they've noted that this has been a prime spot for after-school fights. Additionally, the site has been vacant for many years. We look to change that. Moving to the vision for our site. This site is an awesome opportunity to connect East Oceanside to the downtown district. Looking at this as a gateway, especially within the city's cultural corridor. One item we're very proud to boast is that a lot of developments don't necessarily set their rents early on this stage. We did a very deep dive and understood who the community members are and how can we help them. The Marines are a very important part of this community, and posted on the Marines website, over 80% of the Marines at Camp Pendleton live off base. We made a very conscious effort to set our rents and understand that with their housing vouchers that is allotted to them, that they be able to partake in this community. One huge item to note is that for us, we obviously want to be help our community members, but with the Marines, people have asked us, well, okay, what if they are deployed? What if they, with the government shutdown? That's something that by law, we cannot go after them if they're called to duty and have to leave. So that's a risk that we're taking as a developer that we want to embrace and incorporate into the project, but also knowing if they have to go and serve our country honorably, that they can leave without any repercussion. Moving over to the project highlights, one item we're very proud of is the proximity to the transit district within a half mile. While we have stalls for all of our residents, we are pushing forward ways to incorporate walkability, multimodal, using bikes and walking up and down the Mission Avenue, again, connecting to the downtown corridor. One item we are really, really proud of is our commitment to sustainability. 100% of our development will be electric-based, except for our boilers. But over 50% of our parking stalls will be EV-ready, not EV. They'll have the stalls, the EV charging stations installed. And then, more importantly, with this sustainability, we want to promote a lifestyle of people to work, live, and play, and incorporate themselves in the neighborhood, walking to the local shops and eateries. As our planner Natalie Vasquez had mentioned, our affordability requirements are representative of our total unit mix. Additionally, we made a very conscious effort to locate where we would have those affordable units. Instead of them putting to one corner of the project, we want to have them intermingled throughout the community. They're valued membered and have them welcomed. Moving to the architectural features. As you can see on the screen here, the top picture is the intersection of Mission Avenue and North Clementine, and below that is the intersection of Mission and North Horn. On the bottom screen, you can see the architectural feature. It's noted in gray. We've met with and communicate with OCNA, and they've identified that this is an amazing opportunity for public art. We love that opportunity and fully embraced it. As part of our continued outreach with Oceanside High School, we want to have them in the loop when we move forward with our public art. And then additionally, our team has reached out to the city's library department to see how we can add to the cultural district. Now I'd like to talk about the amenities. Within our community, we boast to have a rooftop amenity facing on the corner of Mission and North Clementine. Additionally, have ample co-working spaces for those residents who are able to work from home. And then it also boasts a resort-style public pool. One feature we're very proud of this project is with the given density, we've also exceeded the city's minimum standard for private open space. We're very, very pleased about that. As we all know, that's with California's sunshine weather, we want to take advantage of that. With our landscape features, I want to thank you for the city's input. We will not have any palm trees. Very happy to report. Yes, there are 4 currently on site. Those will be removed and not replaced. Additionally, we're very pleased with the relationship with the City of Oceanside's landscape department. We've made a very conscious effort to have our landscape palette to be native, low water impact, and low maintenance. Additionally, for the city's current urban forestry standard, our design more than doubles the minimum requirement. We understand the importance of the pedestrian plane, especially along the street frontages. In Mission Avenue, we hope to create a standard the city and future developments can leverage off of and use to create that connection piece along Mission Avenue. Additional amenities for the public. We've been approached about having EV bike charging stations. We're very happy and to have that input and are looking for opportunities to incorporate it into the project. Additional bike stalls, and then other public features along Mission Avenue. Finally, I want to thank our planner, Natalie Vasquez, for her excellent work and dedication to this project. Thank you all, council members, for your time, and I look forward for any future questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa, did you have a question for clarification?
I can wait for the public. I can wait after.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, ma'am.
And this is a time for public to make their comments to the council on this project. That's, again, it's 901 Mission Avenue. Do we have anyone that has signed up?
We have 5 speakers that are registered to speak.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take those 5 first, and then I will ask to see if anyone else wishes to speak. You did not have to have signed up, so if you didn't do that, that's okay. This is a public hearing, time certain 6 o'clock, which is why we allow that. Aaron Morin, Chase, followed by Chase Preciado, followed by Diane Nygaard. Aaron?
Hi. Hello, council members, Mayor Sanchez. My name is Erin Moore, and I live at 1241 Chambord Court, just on record. I did see the view, the Google Map view of it. It's a beautiful project. He did a really good job presenting it, but there is a slight problem. I do believe that there's going to be some issues. And the issue is that you have 273 units minus 28 affordable housing. That leaves 245 units at market rate. I wonder who is going to be living there? What kind of community is this going to turn out for the high school kids and people that are around there that are struggling right now? What kind of vision what should we do for our low-income families? Should we increase this? Because 28 units is not going to house a lot of people. That's going back into our sources where we talked about this at the homeless workshop. And I'm concerned because of the homeless people. What's that going to do? You know, I mean, we really got to watch what we're designing or developing. But it's a beautiful thing. I'm just wondering if this is an appropriate project for this and for our community and for the people that we represent. We really got to be cautious. And plus, what's going to happen next year? You could be looking at more difficult problems down the float, because that federal bill that Trump signed into law, it's really going to impact this community hard. And we will be needing resources for those folks. So anyways, it's just something I'm thinking about, but it is a beautiful thing, and I hope we can work something out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chase Preciado, followed by Diane Nygaard, followed by Joan Bachman.
Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Chase Preciado, and I am with the law firm Lazo Jury, here on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council not approve the 901 Mission Avenue project at this time because it may result in significant air quality impacts, precluding reliance on CEQA's infill exemption. Instead, SAFER urges the City Council to direct staff to prepare a mitigated negative declaration or an environmental impact report for the project for the following reasons. City staff failed to analyze the health risk posed by the project's emissions of diesel particulate matter during the construction period. Diesel particulate matter is a toxic air contaminant and known human carcinogen. SAFER's air quality expert determined that the project's emission of diesel particulate matter would result in a cancer risk more than 5 times higher than the cancer risk threshold for toxic air contaminants set by the local air district. City staff's failure to analyze the cancer risk posed by the project's emissions of diesel particulate matter also runs counter to guidance issued by the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard, which recommends that a health risk assessment be prepared for projects lasting longer than 2 months. Here, the construction duration for the project will last more than 13 months, thus warranting a health risk assessment. Lastly, staff failed to sufficiently analyze the project's cumulative air quality impacts. There are 3 other mixed-use projects within a half-mile of the project site that staff is currently considering. However, staff failed to analyze the cumulative air quality impacts of all these projects being considered, of all these projects being constructed, For reasons stated here and in SAFER's written comments, SAFER again respectfully requests that the City Council decline to approve the project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Nygaard, followed by Joan Bachman, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Diane Nygaard, representing Preserve Calavera. This is one of 6 huge density bonus projects that will change our downtown forever. The handout identifies some things you can do to reduce these impacts. We neglected to include number 8 on it, so this revised version includes that, asking for more low and very low income units. We do not have a housing crisis. We have a housing affordability crisis. We look at where we are with achieving our RENA numbers. As of September 30th, we already had 89% of our above moderate. The next day, October 1st, you approved 401 Mission Street, added 298 above moderate. We're now over 100% of our above moderate housing units, and we're barely halfway through this housing cycle. Where are we short? Where we've always been short, very low and low income units. You have little discretion with density bonus projects, but I think you do have a little bit of leverage with this project. You look at conditions 91 and 92, they want use of public right-of-way. Seems to me like we can ask for something in exchange for that. They're also asking for 8 waivers. The developer called out what a great job they're doing on some of that common open space, but that is at the expense of private open space. Their total open space is 121 square feet per unit. I believe it's the lowest of all of these projects. Our standard is 200. They're doing 121. They've also locked in our park impact fees, so they will not be paying their fair share towards our parks. And of course, they're going to add substantial traffic. 1,517 ADE, all the air pollution, traffic, and greenhouse gases. It was not enough to trigger mitigation requirements, but I can guarantee you 1,517 trips a day will be felt by the people on those streets. The 2 no's at the DAC meeting were very concerned about safety for the high school students, pedestrians, and bicycles in that area. All of those safety and alternative transportation issues could be addressed if we actually have a TDM plan. He said a lot of nice words about things we're thinking about. A TDM plan would assure that that kind of safety and reducing vehicle trips is actually planned for. And look at condition number 200A. They were concerned about homeless encampments, and because of that, they're adding what are you adding for? I forget. Look at 200A and see what it says. 200A. Noise outside and lighting, that's it. Outside lighting. May help deter the homeless, but it's not going to help birds.
Thank you.
Please, we need to address bird-friendly design.
Thank you. Joan Bachman, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Joan Bachman, this is my neighborhood. I usually could walk to city council meetings, but last time I did, it was too late to get the circuit back home, so I did drive. But I don't want you to do anything to help traffic. There is an exit right onto Horn Street, and Oceanside High empties out there, but everything you do to help cars hurts people. It makes our city less livable. It's the traffic models will always drive you toward more lanes, more space, more stuff for cars. That eats into landscaping, it eats into the public space. So the kids deserve a good public space. So please, do not buy into the old level system. We need it to operate at level F. We don't have to give anybody a quick trip through downtown. We need to make it walkable, we need to make it nice, and people can just take their time going through downtown, and next time they'll think ahead, as we do in the neighborhood. We don't go past there at certain times. Thank you for the no palms. I would like to see a no new palms policy. That would be great. A lot of the things Diane brought up are things that have been up here again and again and again, so we do need to move these forward. The park fees is just ridiculous, how long that's taken. I would like the applicant to plant 5 new canopy trees in the completely empty dirt parkway across Seagates. There is no reason you can't plant 5 trees in there to match the ones on the other side, and that would complete the streetscape. Would also help quite a bit with the traffic coming up. There are ways to do it, and it's in your memo. Please make all of the paving meet the standard that I would like to see the city adopt. This is for all the public works people in the audience. And somebody there. We do not have 1970s slabs, and we do have parkways. So please, please put that in. The next thing is, this has been given to you many times. The problem with our parkway ordinance, easy to fix, super easy to fix. Can we please get an emergency ordinance that fixes the problem where people are filling it with concrete? Because we're losing parkways. As you know, I bring it up to you all the time. And then last, temporary traffic calming. This has also been here since the Belvedere. You need to solve it for the people down the way, and you need to slow it down, and there are apartments there that are in single-family home lots with no parking whatsoever. So let's make them into street trees and make that happen. This has been given to the city many times over the years during the terrible Belvedere project. So please, emergency ordinance to fix our parkway thing before the complete zoning overhaul and require the
Thank you very
pavement
much.
and the trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, I'm asking you to put on your thinking cap, your projection thinking cap. Let's look ahead in the future. You're forgetting about the future developments, the future homes, the future people living and existing down here. The developments that you're taking and looking at, especially like this one, shadows, wind, nature, sun. What's going to happen when you build this big thing? Are there going to be wet spots in the roadway? Are there going to be slippery areas? In my little mobile home park, even for a mobile home casting a shadow, we have wet areas. Can you imagine an 8-story thing in the wet area it will cast? You need to think about it. You also need to take and look at the future and think about other side developments that will go in and their effect on those developments. And should there be restrictions on those developments? You haven't. Is it in the report saying there will be this restriction, that restriction? No, the restriction? No, it isn't. Also look at the thing, 28 portable homes. For whom? Social Security minimum, $1,200. That would be about $300 going in for the standard national. That leaves $900 for food, medical, transportation, everything else in life. Will the developer say $300 is okay per month? Because the current administration is erasing all support for helping those people that are on minimum Social Security. You need to put standards saying, yes, minimum Social Security is our affordable standard. Now, for commercial parking, there's lack of, existing standards that we have in our city. There should be a commercial parking structure where any development has to buy into that will secure guaranteed parking for any business. We need to look at that, and we need to look at all the other health and safety standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address this item, please step up, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes. Anyone else besides?
Hello, I'm Deidre D, and I didn't plan on speaking, but I've been a resident for a long time in Oceanside, and I don't want to say how long because it would contradict my hair color. But anyway, I wanted to know if there's any critical thinking or urban planning that's going on. By adding 273 units, even to downtown Oceanside, even though there's parking allowed for each unit, you're basically cramming a lot of, there's already a parking crunch going on downtown with the local eateries and beachgoers. I just feel like we're playing a really ugly game of Monopoly where somebody has a lot of money and they're just buying up apartments and they're just putting them just anywhere. I don't really feel like we have a vision or a plan of how we want downtown to look like. We're just kind of jamming buildings here and there, and it's losing its luster. I feel that we filmed that show Animal Kingdom downtown, and we're starting to lose that beach-going charm because we're just putting up structures and we're becoming a concrete jungle. And we need to not hoard buildings into our downtown area because we're losing our, it's nowhere, we're losing our pedestrian type of atmosphere. And the fact that we've already blocked up buildings along the coastal front, now we're gonna have them inland, and there's no vision of being quaint or any kind of continuous or a aesthetic that we're trying to achieve. It's just like we're putting buildings up everywhere. I wish we would think a little bit harder. As the gentleman said before, we need to have a vision and plan better so that there's some uniformity in the plan versus just putting buildings up all willy-nilly. That's all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item, please state your name and you have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Juanito Sochipi Conoro. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I live in District 1. To the gentleman that spoke back here, I think you missed the mark. The first thing that you came up here to say was to demonize Oceanside High School students. If that's what the way you're coming into this project, I think you need to rethink why you're even here. And then also the disconnect that you have, because I think the biggest issue that's gonna be for Oceanside High School students is not fights, is that you're gonna take away their view. And that view has been a staple for that high school for many, many years. You also wasted your breath talking about Marine and you missed Navy, but anything related to military, because that's already a law. Regardless of what you say or not say, me being prior military, being in the Army, like I know that at any time I can get my contract and be like, hey, I'm gonna be gone. So you didn't do anything with that. The sustainability, this only sustainability that you're doing is for you, not for us. If you really wanted sustainability, this would be 100% affordable housing for all of us. And then also for these amenities that working from home, again, another disconnect. This is gonna be in District 1. District 1 is historically, quote unquote, more Hispanic folks. So what about, and a lot of us are working class people. We're not gonna be able to do any working from home. We go out and work. We don't stay at home and work. So you missed the mark there again. We don't want this, we don't need this, and I hope that y'all know that y'all are gonna vote on whatever you want. Y'all probably gonna be like, probably vote for this, but it's important for me to come up here and say, don't vote for this. Don't do this for Oceanside. Oceanside doesn't need this. And the last thing I want to say is we want a resolution.
Thank you. Please state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk about this project.
Yeah, hello, my name is Victor Mendoza. I'm a District 1 Oceanside resident, born and raised. So I'm speaking against this project. I want to make it very clear that this project is right next to a high school and is completely unsafe for the students there. And you are removing a view that has been there for many of our high school students through generations and through your generation, Esther Sanchez. So I want to speak against this, especially since the affordable units are not affordable for our working class residents here in Oceanside. So please, we need to support our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Guzman?
Simon Guzman, he, him pronouns. I'm here also to speak in opposition to this proposal. Hearing this and seeing how dense this project is with minimal parking in this community. As someone who grew up in the Crown Heights area too, I'm very aware of the fact that folks are walking and go to shopping centers nearby. But we're also talking about the fact that, you know, so many of us are already finding it really difficult to afford rent here in Oceanside. We keep seeing the gentrification that's happening here in our city. And this really sets the tone for the future of our city. Again, given the historical context and who already lives in this community as well. And then finally, the affordable unit, the ratio of affordable units compared to overall units is not substantial. Again, even just thinking of this project and who it'll attract, it's a little alarming to see that this would be the direction that it's headed in and could potentially have consequences long-term for the folks that call this area their home as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Cooper. I am also a District 1 resident, and I am here, like others who have spoken before me, to urge you to at least reconsider this development project. I'm not against it. We do need to see more development, but as everybody has said, we need affordable housing. We don't just need a whole bunch of new housing to come in and totally reshape and gentrify our city. We want to maintain the people who are here and give them more access to stay here. So rather than build 8 stories where our school loses their view, why don't we do a smaller development where it's all affordable housing and just expand our community and allow people to stay there? And also consider, as people have said, the traffic that would come with this large new development in an area where there's already a bunch of traffic, especially during school events, during school drop-off. There's lots to consider here, and it seems, as somebody has said before, that we're just saying, okay, here's a new space we could build. Here's a new space we could build. And we're not thinking about Oceanside as a community and how we want to move forward as a whole vision. Like, just think about it. That's all.
Thank you.
Davis, and I'm president for the past 10 years.
You're president of what?
A resident of Oceanside for the past 10 years.
Oh, okay.
I am a single mom, so as far as the low-income housing, I'm struggling for housing. And so when it comes to the process of to get approved for it, I couldn't get approved because of my credit. So I don't know if there's things that are in like qualifications that you have to be able to qualify for, because I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And I can't find something that is affordable and meet the criteria to even be approved for it. Like Alta Oceanside, they took my deposit because I didn't have my credit. So I don't know if this is gonna be the same thing, but low-income housing is very hard to get, and affordable housing, just because of the qualifications that they do recommend, because it's through a third party like Greystar. It's not through anybody like Oceanside, or it would be another party that I'd have to go through. So I don't know if that's in there or not.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to address this? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go to staff to see if staff has any wishes to address any of the issues that were raised. Ms. Nicandra or Ms. Vasquez?
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you. Darlene Nicandro, Director of Development Services. Wanted to address a couple items, one of which is the comments raised by Mr. Preciado from SAFER. He had stated that there was inadequate CEQA conducted. As an attachment to the staff report tonight, there is a thorough analysis done that substantiates that the proposed project is an infill development project, and it addresses the environmental impacts that Mr. Preciado had raised. In terms of the view impacts, this was addressed in the staff report as well, especially because of the project's conformance with the general plan.
Right.
The project will not encroach into the Mission Avenue view corridor, and the project is going to actually kind of provide a better view than what is created today, which is a chain link fence, weeds, and buildings that are in need of development.
Right, and I think there are other developments that have been approved that is actually going to block any views of the beach. As someone who graduated from Oceanside High, I don't remember ever having a view, although I think there was a Tico's Tacos there that probably prevented us from seeing any kind of beach. But anyway, any other comments about addressing any of the concerns? We do have view corridors. Those are part of our LCP, Local Coastal Plan. Those are protected.
Hi. Honorable Mayor, I just want to confirm that the project is zoned in downtown District 2. There was some mention that it was in District 1. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Well, it's District 1 council districts.
Well, I apologize. I'm a planner. I
Downtown
know zoning.
District 2, okay.
My apologies.
Got that? Yeah.
Thank you for the correction. My apologies.
When was the first project approved? Do you remember? Do you remember, Peter? Yeah, I think it was in the early 2000s. It was this tall. And we had a lot more people here who actually were in support of it, and it's from OCNA. My understanding is OCNA is supporting this as well. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
The applicant has reached out to OCNA to address their concerns about having a public art element on the side of the building.
Yeah, I understand that they had good conversations with the developer. All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there was questions in regards to the affordable housing. Can staff re-explain SB 330 as far as the application submitted? In 2023, the City of Oceanside increased inclusionary percentage to 15%, meaning new developments would have 15% of low-income units established when built. But this project specifically was locked in prior to that at 10%, and that's how we got to the 28 units, correct?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Figueroa. Yes, that's correct. The project locks in, because it's an SB 330 application, locks in the development standards at the time the application was deemed complete. At that time, it was 10% inclusionary housing.
Yep. I know that, I believe Preserve Calavera mentioned, they showed our arena numbers for low income and very low. Those numbers do not factor in the Olive Park project, correct?
I believe the numbers.
Are you referring
to be built?
The current
They're
arena
built,
numbers that we
right?
have? Do they factor in the current Olive Park project?
So the RENA numbers are for issued building permits. So the Olive Park has just been entitled at this point.
Yeah. You don't include anything that hasn't been built yet.
Correct, yeah. It's only issued permits that count towards the unit.
Okay. And so I know that that's 199 units that are coming affordable. I know that we're looking at other projects along some of our Sprinter stations that would also, we're talking about potentially 400 more units of a low income, very low, correct, combined?
Councilman Figueroa, that is correct, including there's an affordable housing project on El Camino. We refer to it as the Merca
And
project.
Coast Highway.
Also Coast Highway. And we just recently opened the South River Village 100% affordable project.
So if we include those and the ones coming to Oceanside Boulevard and Rancho Del Oro, College and Oceanside Boulevard on Olive, and then Melrose and Oceanside Boulevard, that's what, 4 to 5 100% affordable projects coming?
The ones that you had just listed are the 100% affordable.
And so we're looking at, what, 500+ units? So
I'm
give or
not
take,
the
something like that.
greatest at math, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because
We can certainly
it's
do an
not.
accounting for
Thank
you.
With the public art, we have we are set to have a downtown workshop. I think that no public art should be decided until after that workshop. Can the developer come down? I have some questions for the developer.
I believe the process is going through the Arts Commission. Yeah.
But I think the Arts Commission should be attentive to our downtown workshop. For the safety pedestrian, Oceanside High School is there, and there were concerns. What did Oceanside High School communicate in regards to horn? Because I drive past there all the time, and I see parents and kids being parents dropping their kids off in the morning, and there's a lot of youth just crossing the street. So, and I don't know if anyone from Oceanside High School is here now, but what was shared with you all in regards to pedestrian concerns from Oceanside High School?
Their biggest concern was the retail on the corner of Horn and Mission. More importantly, to have something where you wouldn't have too many students congregate before and after school. You mentioned just students walking back and forth. So part of what were proposed was to keep informed keep the school district plus the principal at Oceanside High School informed of our decision-making, but also be mindful of uses that would not cause issues or vagrancy or loitering.
Has staff talked to Oceanside High School in regards to pedestrian safety and potential traffic calming or anything in regards to this project going up right next to the school?
If I may ask Tila Cotter if she's still in the room, if that conversation has happened.
Honorable Mayor and council members, there has been no conversations from at least the traffic engineering side of it with the school on this item. No, and the school has not reached out to myself or any of my staff about this either.
So there's been no communication with Oceanside High School in regards to the traffic and the school drop-offs, safety, pedestrian safety with the students?
Can you repeat that question one more time, sorry?
There hasn't been any conversations between the city and Oceanside Unified in regards to pedestrian safety with the students?
No, not recently. No.
Okay. All right, thank you. For the developer, I still have questions. For the commercial space, we're looking at 4,000 square feet. How many retail spaces? Is that just one retail space, or is there going to be multiple retail? Are you going to looking to split up those 4,000 square feet?
Correct. We're looking to split those up. And to answer your question about parking, 22 spaces dedicated to retail.
To those, and do you know how many retail spaces you're going to split up that 4,000 square feet?
To be determined.
Okay, all right.
Councilmember Figueroa, it's in the staff report, it says it would be split up 1,586 square foot for one commercial space, and the other would be the remaining
Okay, so
2,420 square feet.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. I apologize for missing that. That's all the questions I have for now.
If I may add, Councilmember Figueroa, I have the answer to your previous question about the number of affordable housing units. Thank you for the help from Leilani Hines, our housing director. The total number of affordable housing, 100% affordable housing units in the city would be 667. And that includes South River Village, 712 Seagaze, the Merca Project, Coast Villas, and the Olive Park Apartments, as well as a project at Mission and Roymar.
Thank you. And I don't, for me, it's a very sensitive subject because there was a time when I was growing up that all of downtown or most of downtown was affordable. And, the 100% affordable projects that we have coming are coming to the eastern parts of the city. So it's gentrification taking place in our city and happening right now. And I think that's what makes it so difficult for a lot of our members in our community, because there was a time where down Seagays, Nevada, Clementine, I mean, I say meeting after meeting, but it was a very affordable place, and yet I had a lot of family members that lived there, and we just had a lot of our community continues to be pushed further east. So it is. I understand the community sharing their concerns with the project. I think that the difficult part is, again, it's been mentioned here over and over, is battling with the state when it comes to bonus density, and the city not really having much pushback or tools to push against some of these projects. So that's all my comments.
Ms. Borrego, did you want to address the question about the high school?
Yeah, and it sounds like, the question about whether or not the city has had recent conversations with the high school regarding pedestrian traffic in regards to students has not taken place. And we would, assuming that the city council does approve this project, we would be happy to reach out to the school district and initiate those discussions. And if there's something that we can work collaboratively with the development team on, we'd be certainly open to do that.
Yeah, I think it should be a priority because we don't know and there's conversations that we can have with the school district. I think there's conversations that we need to have with the SROs, the principal, the assistant principals, those that direct students before and after school. I always see the security guards standing on horn and kind of directing traffic. I think it's important to have those conversations with Oceanside High School staff. Because I would be really interested in hearing what they had to say and maybe what ideas they may have for traffic calming to improve once this project comes on, but even now, because if you drive up Seagays through Horn between 8 and 9 in the morning, you have to drive very carefully because you do have students walking in front of you, crossing the street wherever. Parents are just dropping off wherever they can so they can get back on mission and get on the freeway. And that's with an empty lot there. So we throw in hundreds of units. I think that is a conversation that we need to have.
Understood.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move adoption. Is there a second? Okay. Councilman, okay. Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. This is more for Mr. Borrego. So the issue about parkways came up, and I don't think we need, can you just direct staff to make those changes in the parkway? I don't care what the sidewalks look like so much, but if that's important, that's one.
Yeah, and when you say changes to the parkways, are you referring to the landscaping
The
standards?
diagram that she showed, the way
I
the
see.
sidewalks were.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the document that she submitted, and if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can do that. We don't have to have some emergency ordinance or anything like that.
Well, I need to familiarize myself with that plan,
I know.
obviously.
I'm not
before I
asking for a
can-
commitment, but
Yes,
you look
yeah.
at it. And then the other thing came up is palm trees, which we've had the discussion before. Can you just direct, or can we just say, hey, we're not going to have palm trees in our plant palette anymore?
So I have discussed that with staff, and I have discussed that with certain council members. I will say that we have looked at some of the historical landscape plans that were developed for downtown early, and there are certain streets, including like Pacific Street as an example, and I think Mission Avenue, if my memory serves me correct, where palm trees were actually encouraged because they kind of frame the roadway. My only statement would be, I do think there probably should be a public discussion about like prohibiting palm trees outright, because I know, in speaking to other residents, and some residents really like them, fully understand that they don't help us meet our cap goals. They can pose a fire hazard at some point. I don't know if that's necessarily an issue in downtown, it certainly is inland. But I think that would probably, I would feel a lot more comfortable before instituting a blanket prohibition on palm trees, that we kind of bring it back for a public discussion.
And I'm not talking about taking all the ones out. I don't think we should remove them, but
right.
We don't need to add any new ones.
Moving forward.
Whatever.
Yeah, but I guess, yeah, moving forward, I think that's fair. My only question would be in that context, if for some reason one of our existing palm trees on Pacific Street came down, are you suggesting that we wouldn't replace it with another like palm tree, or?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
I guess we'll have to look at that case by case.
Yes. But I can tell you this, council member, in our conversations with developers these days, we're like 100% telling them, do not plant any new palm trees. So, I mean, we're already doing that with respect to private property as they're developing.
Yeah, I just
their trees,
hate to
so-
keep having this discussion every time
Yes.
it comes up about it, if we can,
Yes.
we can do it. So
We certainly will.
I'll leave it in your capable hands.
We'll continue to encourage developers or request developers to not include new palm trees as part of their development.
And for Colin, I have a
Hoffman.
question on the rent thing, because something was, when you said you've established rents, is that for all your units? Or when you were talking, I know you were talking about the military specifically.
Yes, sir.
So can you just, do you want to expand on that? Because I think there was some misinformation given.
Correct. So the rents would, for all the units is when we do our, we call it our underwriting. We factor in our rents. The comment about the vouchers is for all of the units.
Okay.
Aside from the deed restricted, which are already determined.
Determined, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
So we're going to have a conversation about palm trees or not? Is it going to come back?
I would suggest that it come back as part of the downtown workshop and have the conversation then.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because just want to make sure we're clear before we leave the room. What's coming back? Okay, just really quickly, because affordable housing was talked about. So just so people can see it in their head what the picture is, if it's deemed low income, which I believe these are, looking to developer for nods, yes. A one bedroom for two individuals would rent for, if it was right now today, $1,570 for a one bedroom. And that's low income, deed restricted, affordable housing. That does go up
55 years.
as every year, because that's part of AMI. It's calculated off of a county algorithm. But just so folks, because the term affordable housing gets thrown around a lot, and it's always like, what does that mean? It means different things in different contexts. In this context, that's what it means. Okay. Cities and neighborhoods and families are meant to grow. Growth is good. They actually have this really natural growth pattern that they go by. And unfortunately, the state law that is in place right now is really messing that process up, in my opinion. We have some really solid rules for the downtown area to make sure that we get development that makes sense in our spaces. And the former process that we had where we could work with developers on making sure these things happen appropriately, it's just not in place right now because of the forest laws that we have. So this project, unfortunately, is an example of maximizing that density bonus law. It is 180 units per acre, and that density is more than double what we have said we would like to see in the downtown, which is also double the previous density of what the downtown was before it was taken off in 2019. So we doubled the density, but now this is actually double that. I don't think that is something that comports with what we're asking for in the downtown area. I don't think it makes sense in the long term. This is definitely the gateway to the downtown. When you come over that hill and you go past Oceanside High School, you're looking down, and this is the first thing that you're gonna see. And unfortunately, it's, while it has strengths for folks that are living there, it is a large block project. If this were to be approved, we will officially exceed, and I think I'm off a little bit with the numbers that Diane had, but we'll exceed our RENA allocation for the above moderate housing. So we'll have built all of the units that we were prescribed to build way ahead of schedule that are above moderate or market rate. So what is our prize from the state on that? Does that mean that we no longer have to go by density bonus rules? That's a question for staff. Since we have built all the above moderate housing we need, does that mean we can stop using density bonus and we can go back to the old way where we consider projects normally?
I have not heard that to be true.
Okay. I don't think it's true either. I just want a confirmation from professionals that this won't change the fact that we'll have to continue to see these projects through density bonus view, through the state's forced mandate on this. So I really appreciate the developer not having the palms. I would hope that they take the Bachman rule about planting in the 5 new trees on the other side of the parkway to consideration. It's best for their project if they end up doing it. Thank you for the nods. Okay. So when speaking with teachers and families, because I did reach out to the Oceanside High School, and I do know that I think it was lost in translation, but they did sit down with the principal and the head of OUSD, from my understanding, maybe a few other staff members as well. The developer did. They can't take a position on a project. They're a school district. That's not what they do. So they provided some feedback. It sounds like there was some involved. When I talked to folks who work at the school, they had no earthly idea that this was happening. They're not on the project, list of people that get notices. So they were really beside themselves. If you know the property, if you know the school district, the kids sit in that grassy knoll after school that's right outside of those classrooms in the sun, and they hang out and talk. And in the afternoons, the sun will no longer be casting on that space. On days like today, that would be a really big change. More important to that is the safety of this. I understand we want views of the ocean, we all do, but the safety of the students is my number one concern with this project. And I think it's a little creepy, and I'm sorry, but 5 stories of people with windows that look down into a campus of children is creepy. It doesn't make sense to me. I think we should at least delay this beyond our downtown workshop so that we can, again, have a comprehensive idea. It doesn't sound like that's happening because it's been moved forward, but of course the floor is always open for anyone that would like to join that. I will be voting no on this project. So I have significant safety concerns, and I'll outline them. The air pollution related to cancer risk, the height of the building, which exceeds our building codes, directly towering over an open campus where children learn, play, and create. The traffic related to children leaving school campus, which as many people brought up, is insane already. It's insane already. These streets are flooded with humans you shouldn't be driving there, and we shouldn't be adding 500 cars there either. I just don't think we have answered the questions around safety, and I feel very strongly about that, so I will be voting no.
Okay, I think you ran out of time. No, but let me speak now.
About a minute 20.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I've actually, and I think Peter has as well, had a history of this project, which has changed twice before, but it has, believe it or not, always received support from the residents who live around there. And they spent a lot of time talking to the developers about this. I was surprised because when the first time that this project came forward, I thought it was too high. It's like, wow, that's really tall. But this is where the city was going. I mean, as soon as the beach resorts were decided, that's 8 stories. That was the maximum for the downtown. So we knew that was coming. The first developer for the hotels wanted to go 12 stories. So we actually were able to say thank you, but no thank you to that developer, and move forward with the timeshare. And Mr. Navarro knows because we were fighting those projects, right? Went all the way to Coastal Commission with, 2 busloads of people to fight that project. So we have this one, and actually my work in background in development, it's actually smart cities and livable cities. You actually want higher buildings, and it's eyes on. It's about safety, actually. It's interesting that it's being turned the other way, but the idea is that you always have eyes on the streets, and you have eyes on, that's a safety thing. So basically, I've heard like 5 stories, right? This is 8. It's the same notion. is that when you have eyes on the street, you actually create even more safety. You actually are able to see, hey, what's going on with the kids? Is everything okay? Is something happening out there? So that's livable cities, and we do have a plan for downtown. It's changed over the years, especially because of state requirements. I will say that we fought really, really hard against SB 79, which is what everybody's talking about right here now. We were able to get people from, Democrats, Republicans, no party preference, to all agree to oppose the governor on SB 79. And unfortunately, he signed that on Friday. So we're very, very unhappy. This is probably going to result in a taxpayer revolt. And I think it's time. There is going to be something on the ballot, not next year, but the next round to take back local control. And I think that we finally see all the folks who are really, really upset about what the governor and the our other representatives are doing, who are mostly Bay Area people who, I guess, they don't have a view to save. But anyway, this is something that it was supported by OCNA. I did have a chance to reach out to find out if their support had changed with this new project, and they actually were very happy with the project. And I'm happy that the developer will be going through the Arts Commission on this. We do have a process. We've had that process. It has worked out really, really well. So, Councilmember Figueroa.
Question that I didn't get to ask previously, I just had in my notes and I just saw again. For the developer, for the project, I know that there is, you said it's like it's 1.08 parking spots per unit, so there's like 20 extra. I know the goal of this project is to have folks use public transit. You mentioned there's gonna be bike stalls. How many bike stalls are we gonna have inside? Because if the goal, this is still a commuter city, folks are commute to work, right? When folks get to downtown, they get home, how many bike stalls are they gonna have within the project so they can, use a bike to go down to Coast Highway or go down to the beach? I mean, what are we looking at?
That's an excellent question. I'm going to defer to staff. I don't want to misspeak on the quantity of bike stalls on the project.
Inside and outside. Are you guys going to have some inside in the parking lot?
Correct. Long-term bike storage within the project, located in the parking garage.
Okay. Do you know how many?
I don't want to misspeak. I'm going to go to my team to pull that, or Natalie, if you.
Actually, Councilmember Figueroa, we don't have that information readily available. I'm looking in the staff report right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is again, one parking spot per unit. We are gonna, if the goal is to not have people in their cars,
Of course.
That's important. I think that when we met, you mentioned that you talked to Oceanside Unified, because I did mention this property overlooking the school.
Yes.
What did Oceanside Unified share with you about that concern? Or was it what did they say specifically about that?
Their specific questions, was it coordinated with the police department? And we've had multiple rounds, and it's part of our conditions of approval. There are conditions for design standards from the police department as far as access control, monitoring, if there's safety concerns, in relation to the high school from our end. So the access control is of the utmost importance. Make sure there's not unwanted guests entering the project. Additionally, if anybody, there's noise alarms to notify if somebody is inappropriately entering the building, as long as voice activation monitoring to notify the person to leave as well. It's an additional layer of deterrence.
Did our school district say anything in regards to the building being 8 stories high and folks being able to look inside campus?
No, that was not a concern of theirs.
Okay. And you met
Their focus was mostly around the retail.
Who did you meet with from the school district?
Dr. Vital, and I'm blanking on the principal's name.
Vitale, yeah.
Thank you.
Superintendent.
That's my time.
Yep. Thanks. I actually want to thank you for parking it. I know that you're under by 18, but you are providing at least one parking space per unit, where others downtown were cutting it back to 50%, which was horrific. So I am really pleased that you have on-site parking for at least, that's why I kept wanting to clarify, each one is going to get a parking space. They're not going to have to pay more for it. You're not separating the parking from the actual unit. The rent includes a parking spot.
Correct.
Yes. I also want to say thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
also want to say that I know that Oceanside Unified School District tried to buy this property and for parking, and they didn't do that. So they did get an opportunity to try to control that, the property. All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Joyce?
I just forgot to mention on my list, we already have residents in that neighborhood that are trying to get parking permits because they are already feeling the effects of perceived other people parking in their place. So this is one per unit, and I think this is going to also exacerbate that issue.
All right, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-1. Joyce Snow.
Thank you. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, please? I know. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go back to the general item. And we were done with public comments, period. And I am advised by the city clerk that he was handed a few slips. You know, we don't use paper slips at all. I'm not sure why people thought, I don't know where they came from, because city council meetings, we do not use paper slips. You have to sign up at the back. Basically, at the time the item is called, that is the end of being able to speak or to sign up to speak. I understand that, did you say 11?
Yes, there was 11 individuals that handed me slips.
Yeah, I'm going to say that from now on, you know, you can't accept any slips after the time has done. Otherwise, we're not treating everybody the same, and that's really, truly unfair. I'm going to go ahead and let those 11 people speak, but they're going to be cut down on time to 90 seconds. So basically, let's go ahead and get through them. But that was not a public hearing item. It was a general item. If you were to read the agenda, you would see that cutoff for signing up, and you have to sign up electronically, is once the item is called. So for future meetings, you got to make sure that the item is either general item or a public hearing. Public hearing are time certain items. They're at 6 o'clock. This was a general item, is a general item, and we'll go ahead and take you, but it's 90 seconds because you really, you know, other people may have wanted to sign up as well. It's really unfair, but I understand you're probably feeling pretty emotional about this issue, so we'll go ahead and take them.
This machine, the timer here only does 2 minutes and 1 minute. It doesn't allow me to do...
1 minute.
1 minute, okay.
It's not going to be 2.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
So we'll
1
start-
minute.
All right, so as I call your
It's really unfair.
name...
I'm trying to balance the unfairness to everybody else on this agenda for today versus your desire to speak. So I'm balancing it out at 1 minute. All right, go ahead.
Our first speaker, and we have 2 lecterns, our first speaker is Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Carmen. So as you hear your name, please start lining up with the next available lectern.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I have a very simple thing to say, and that is equal justice under the law. And very simply, I think that we all should take and follow what our Savior said, and that is we are all brothers and sisters. Whether it doesn't matter if we're from anywhere on this planet, we should be all be treated equally, fairly, and justly. And this is very simple, with respect and dignity. I think that we all know what those words mean, and I think that you know if they come from your heart. Please listen to your heart.
Thank you. Next. I don't have a list. You don't have a
Carmen?
list either.
To be followed by Adriana Escobedo. Please make your way down.
Hi, everyone. So I was looking on the website based on the last meeting. I think Mayor Sanchez, you brought up that the Know Your Rights information is on the website. I'm here to ask to make it more visible on the website so it's more accessible and also to have it in different languages, just to be
It is.
reflective of the community needs. I had community members, specifically when I went out to Libby, the Libby area neighborhoods, ask them to find the Know Your Rights information directly, and they weren't able to. So that's my ask of the space. Thank you.
All right, so
Adriana Escobedo.
just really quickly, there is a button at the top that you can have different languages, including Spanish, and I don't know how many other languages. Do we know?
Madam Mayor, at least a dozen other languages.
At least a dozen different languages.
Madam Mayor, if I can add, that's for every single web page on the city
Yes.
website.
So every single webpage, if you go up at the top, you'll see a button that says, this languages, right?
It says translate, and then
Translate.
pull down menus of the language that you want to choose.
Okay, thank you. Adriana Escobedo?
To be followed by Sasha Miller.
Hi, I'm Adriana Escobedo from Encinitas, California. And my dad and his family resides from Michoacan, Mexico. And I just came here to say that I really don't like what ICE is doing. They're kidnapping people. Why don't they get the actual criminals and not the hardworking people? Because this United States is a melting pot of different kind of people, and they deserve to not be harassed. And I'm not for any racism or any fascism with this administration. And I will continue to speak and say whatever I have to say, because what I think everything going on right now is completely wrong. And I stand by the immigrant community and everyone else who supports us, and please be for the people.
Thank you.
Sasha Miller, to be followed by Flower Alvarez, to be followed by Alondra Alvarez.
My name is Sasha Miller. I'm an Oceanside resident, a mother, and a public health professional. I'm also running for San Diego County Board of Supervisors, District 5, as an independent candidate. ICE and all federal policies are a money grab. We know this. Kidnapping citizens, that money goes into somebody's pockets. We need our public servants and representatives to stand up for the community. Why is community and mutual aid such a hard topic to understand? Why not prevent homelessness, prevent hunger in our communities? Why not prevent those things so people don't have to commit illegal acts and get in trouble with the law? Why are we not investing in our communities beforehand to stop all of these problems that happen down the road? So I urge you to, as the gentleman said, vote with your heart and conscience. We're watching, and we want this for our community.
Thank you. Flower Alvarez, followed by?
Alondra Alvarez, followed by Alex Carrasco.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Eric Joyce, and City Council members. I have the privilege of serving as a co-director of Universidad Popular, proudly based in North County, San Diego. I just returned from for the record, my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez. I just returned from Oakland, where we had the opportunity to learn from partners that are investing in community care programs instead of incarcerating Black and brown bodies. We had the chance to hear from the great leader and scholar, Angela Davis, where she shared about the power of hope and the importance of joy. And we participated in the sunrise ceremony at Alcatraz that honors the legacy of Native and Indigenous resistance. I came back with a clearer mind and reaffirmed purpose. We went wrong somewhere here. Supporting human rights and dignity should be a no-brainer. We really need y'all to get it together because at the end of the day, the people that suffer are the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alondra Alvarez, followed by Alex.
Carrasco, followed by Heb Hartley.
Good evening, board and members of the council. For the record, my name is Alondra Alvarez. I don't have anything prepared to speak, and I only got like 50 seconds. So I just wanted to remind everyone that we come up to the podium to speak, not because it's our desire to speak, but because it's our right to speak as members of this community. And I feel that it's very upsetting when the attitude feels that we're here trying to be like indignant members of the community, trying to stir the pot, or that we're here just to hear ourselves speak, when in reality, we're here to talk for the rest of the community. And the fact that this is such a monumental moment in history. And when years go down the line and moments like these are written in history books, they're gonna trickle down to see what city council members were doing to protect their smaller communities. And they're gonna look at resolutions and ordinances like these and look at the way that the council voted. So I just wanted to remind everyone that it's not just a desire to speak, it's our right to speak, and I'm in favor of this.
Thank you. Alex.
Followed by Heb Hartley, followed by Dante Garcia.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Alex Carrasco. I live in District 1, and I work at North County LGBTQ Resource Center, and I'm a son of hardworking immigrant parent. And I'm here to urge you to pass community trust resolution, not a report, to be clear. And the City of Oceanside has a duty to protect every resident's rights, regardless of immigration status. We're asking you to listen to us, not to erode our trust by minimizing community organizing. The fight against this cruel anti-immigrant agenda is already happening. Now it's your turn to act. This morning, I saw a video of a man pinned down by immigration agents in Encinitas, another running for a chance to see his family again. That's happening here, and we must protect our community. The Community Trust Resolution gives Oceanside families the safety and clarity they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hartley, to be followed by Dante Garcia, to be followed by Leo.
Thank you, Honorable Council. So I'm here speaking to urge you to vote yes on this resolution. As Jimmy said, it's just about building trust and transparency and providing basic resources for the community. Yeah, like somebody said, just today, there was an American citizen just attacked and kidnapped, and that's violating due process. That's violating the law. Didn't you guys all swear an oath to uphold the law, state law? I guess maybe not. But this is all just a money grab. We all know that Palantir, Geo Group, their stock has gone up astronomically because of all this crisis that is happening. And America, like I said last time, why is it radical to uphold the Constitution?
Thank you.
Dante Garcia, to be followed by Leo.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dante Garcia. I am the son of hardworking immigrants, and I'm now a member of this beautiful community. I don't have a lot of time, but what I would like to say is that I would like to see more of a focus on public sanitation. I've walked the streets many times. I've walked this beautiful coastline many times. And yes, it's beautiful, but whenever you get into the finer details, it's extremely tragic. The amount of trash, the amount of just things I see, especially with the public restrooms and public sanitation in general. Yeah. Please do better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo?
We need a resolution. I am a proud Oceanside resident, and so are the people that I love. My father is a proud retired veteran who was from Honduras and who served for over 27 years. Just earlier today in San Diego County, a local Marine's father was deported. Hours ago, I got the notification while sitting here in this meeting. We need a resolution. Last time my loved ones were here, the news was that the community trust resolution was passed. And then they hear, days later, that the community trust resolution was now a report. We need a resolution. We need to care about our fellow man. We acknowledge that the city is doing the right actions in support of the community, but we need more. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the speakers.
All right, thank you. Staff, because we did take that break in between, could you please go over the items summarily on what staff has been able to do to accomplish in this short period of time? Mr. Gossman.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So you're asking me to go through each action and briefly describe the actions that we've taken. Okay,
Right.
so with regard to action one, the city will actively disseminate Know Your Rights information. As I mentioned, the city launched a dedicated webpage on September 9th that provides the rights afforded to all individuals as well as access to information and local contacts and local help. Additionally, since January, staff has made Know Your Rights literature and door hangers available at all our community resource centers. And since September 17th, we've produced 1,000 copies of Know Your Rights literature in English and Spanish and placed this throughout the city in all public spaces. Again, going back to January, we've more than 7 Know Your Rights immigration workshops have been held at the city in partnership with Las Valentes, Legal Aid, the Oceanside Police Department, the ACLU, the CLRA, and Lifeline. Moving to action 2, that said that we would prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement in non-public areas except otherwise required by law. Most non-public areas in the city are already not accessible to unauthorized person, but where there lacked signage and that wasn't clear, we put up signs. Existing law, including the Fourth Amendment, requires a lawful basis for non-city personnel to enter these non-public areas. And since January, the city attorney's office, in collaboration with Oceanside Police Department, have been providing guidance to department directors regarding how city staff should handle any attempts by non-city personnel to access restricted areas.
Training, right?
What's that? I'm sorry.
That's training, right?
That's training, yes. And that training will be ongoing and adjusted as necessary. Action 3, future city contracts will include clauses prohibiting contractors from disclosing sensitive personal or non-public information. The city already requires that our contractors abide by state and federal law when it comes to this, but we have begun amending city contract templates to include language that prohibits the disclosing of non-public personal identifying information, including to federal law enforcement agencies. With regard to action 4, that related to the sensitive or personal data collected by the city, that it would not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies. As noted, state and federal law currently address that collection and disclosure of sensitive non-public information. The city follows all applicable state and federal laws, including SB 54, regarding what personal information is or not collected, and maintains a long-standing practice of safeguarding sensitive and personal information. With regard to action 5, that was to direct staff to publish official procedures for the Oceanside Police Department when responding to calls for mutual aid and federal and of any federal agency conducting immigration enforcement. So the Oceanside Police Department developed a website that provides the community with information on SB 54 and resources available to them should a loved one be arrested by an immigration agency. Additionally, the page contains a link to the Oceanside Police Department's procedures when responding to a mutual aid, and I think it's important to quote from those procedures. It says specifically that all police department personnel must remain compliant with SB 54 and departmental policy. Their role is not to assist in immigration enforcement, but to protect life, prevent violence, and maintain peace. Officers and dispatchers must approach all ICE-related incidents with professionalism, neutrality, and a commitment to community trust and safety. Action 6, direct staff to publish an official statement following calls for mutual aid. Our chief of police has provided press releases on those calls historically, and the website I referenced above will also contain an area where those press releases and posts will be placed. Lastly, Action 7 was to address a letter to Congress expressing the city's desire to see comprehensive immigration reform at the federal level. Staff did draft a letter that was based on the letter sent by Escondido on August 13th, and that letter is attached to your report, and that sums up the actions and the direction and the actions that staff has taken.
And you have addressed every single direction that was provided, that was passed at the last meeting.
Correct. We have either executed or are executing. Some of the directions will take time to implement, such as revising contract language. That's not something you can do overnight, but we are actively working on implementing those with urgency.
All right, and that's for all future contracts.
I'll let the city attorney address that question.
We're modifying our standard form templates. There are contracts that we don't have a lot of control over, Microsoft SaaS contracts, Google contracts. But for future city standard form templates, we will include this language, but contracts, are a fluid
Right, we can't change the ones that are in existence now because those are signed contracts.
Yes, if you're talking about looking forward, yes, we are not changing existing contracts. We're adding this language to future contracts.
Future contracts. All right. I did have a question about a website. With the website, there was a comment that it was difficult to find. Can we do a better job in terms of putting it maybe on the front of our website?
Yeah, that's something we can definitely do. We will place it. We'll pin it to the front page of the website.
All right.
May I make a comment on that?
Yes.
When the person brought that up, I just went to my phone, brought up the city website, in the search bar, tap rights, and it comes up. So it's pretty easy. Maybe people don't know how to use the search bar or whatever, but it popped right up as soon as you just put in one word.
Did you put derechos?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I didn't switch it to Spanish either. I guess I could have put German and done it that way too.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. The website and also at our other sites, physical sites. I'm sorry, I can't hear you and you're not, it has to be on the record. You're not being heard. But you have any other statements to make before we go?
I would just say that in addition, as I mentioned, in addition to the website, we have placed Know Your Rights information in all public spaces across the city. You can find them in the foyer out there, as a matter of fact. And we've been doing that since January of 2025.
Right. Yeah, so even before there was any direction.
Correct.
Or any other council item, this was through the city manager's office.
Correct.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I mentioned last time, the items that are in this report, in my opinion, cross into interfering in the administrative affairs of the city, which the council is expressly prohibited from doing, which is why staff has been implementing these things without us taking any formal action. I appreciate staff's efforts and know that those efforts will continue. So my motion is to accept staff's report and ask that future updates be provided by pass-through memo.
Thank you. And as to the letter, did you want to do that as separately or?
I'm fine with the letter.
Okay. All right.
And actually, we got I'm not sure who drafted this one that we just got tonight, but I'm fine with the letter.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and second. Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start by thanking staff for working to address these items and for putting this report together. I want to thank our police department and our chief of police who, as soon as he took the position of chief, he made a public statement in regards to abiding by state law, not cooperating with ICE, and then he did another public press release in June. When I had conversations with our chief about some of our community's concerns, even items on this list, he felt that the police department can act on them. One of the items that are not on this list that the police department, under our chief's leadership, did was make sure that all of our unmarked cars, specifically The gang suppression units had the Oceanside Police decal, so they were not mistaken by ICE vehicles. So I appreciate the police department for doing that. I thank the city manager for moving forward with these administrative actions that were set forth in the resolution. I thank the city attorney office for also assisting heavily as we were requesting these actions. Thinking about this time in history, there was a similar time 5 years ago when the George Floyd incident took place, and our community came together and was asking for transparency, trust, and accountability. At that time, I was on the opposite side as a community leader, nonprofit leader, advocate, and one of we specifically, many organized groups within our BIPOC community were asking for 3 specific things. One of them was for Oceanside Police Department to adopt the 8 Can't Wait policies for de-escalation, which the police department did. The second one was for the City of Oceanside to implement a standing oversight committee to review officer-related complaints, which was approved by this council, and we did. And the third one was to enact, and Mayor, you remember this because you were in the room with me, we met for several months with other community leaders at that time when you were a council member, and it was to bring back the Community Relations Commission. And this council passed that as well, and we did that. We didn't have any major incidents that took place in the city of Oceanside within that recent history of George Floyd between 2018 to 2022. We didn't have any major issues, but we did it to build trust with our community. We did it to be transparent and to not be forced to do it. It was something that, as a community of Oceanside, one of the things that's been big about our community has been our unity, has been the ability for so many multicultural families to come together and feel like this is our home. And this is, to me, another moment in history where we haven't had something that has we've had one that's made it to the news, but we haven't had anything that's made major headlines. But this gives us the opportunity, like we did in 2020, to get ahead of it and continue to build trust. I was surprised when I found out a report was coming back, because I thought that it was very clear that a resolution was coming. I want to thank staff for the work that you all have done. Staff, this is not on staff, this is on our council. Staff operates at the direction of our council. And for me, I would like for us to move forward with the community trust resolution.
A second.
Deputy Mayor?
It's an amended motion.
No.
Yeah, we can
No,
make an
there's a
amendment to the
motion on the
original
floor.
motion. This is an amendment to the original motion. That is Robert's rules.
Oh, amendment to the motion to include
A resolution.
a resolution. Okay.
Yes, I would accept the
There's
report
a
and
motion
include
and
the
second.
resolution.
Any other comments? Please vote.
Yes, I have comments.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know why my cancel went down.
Deputy Mayor?
Before we get into the vote, which I do want to go and clarify before we move forward, but I just want to go through each of the items. Again, thank you so much to staff for moving on the ones that we have. The Know Your Rights. So staff, one thing that I want to bring up, that I'm bringing up my expectations and bringing this forward, and I understand that this is the first time that you have brought back staff's actions on this really important piece. So Know Your Rights. We had a bunch of forums that were happening in our spaces, but the staff initiation of Know Your Rights forums is what I'm looking for. I want our staff members to be the ones that initiate forums that are at a regular schedule in the future, because so much of what's happening right now with immigration enforcement changes rapidly. And so, what Know Your Rights forums happen today, that may well, I mean, the Supreme Court could do a shadow docket and change the rules completely in a week. Like, that information needs to be up to date for folks who are living day to day in an occupied city. Materials that are being referenced are the Attorney General materials, and if you look at them, they do have Know Your Rights, but it's not it's not actually the like know your rights information that I was referring to, which is knowing your personal rights when you come into an interaction with an ICE enforcement officer. This is like you have the right to housing, you have the right to emergency medical care. These are rights, and technically this is a know your rights pamphlet, but this is not the same, it's not filling the same need that people need in the moment. Further, I would ask that staff also recognize that this is a PDF. And so when you go to that PDF, you can't do a drop-down menu and change it to Spanish, German, or any other language. So this is a static form. So again, I'm not, like, we're working through these things, and like, I'm not expecting everything to come back perfect. These are things that we can work on. And I just want to bring up these pieces of the Know Your Rights one because of what was brought up by community. We did have a community member stopped right outside of Oceanside High School. According to them, the ICE vehicle behind them bumped into their car, which then the driver of that vehicle got out and came up to the window like they're trying to get them out of the car. It's like they were trying to trick them to get out of the car. It was not a clear stop. It was a trap. And it's like that kind of thing that really undermines trust, which is why what we do should be all about building and bridging that trust. So know your rights work. And what I brought up that situation is that individual had come into contact with someone that explained to know your rights, explained you don't have to open that door if they're not showing you a judicial warrant that requires you to do so, and they didn't. And that individual is still free, and one of our community members who is a parent of an Oceanside High School student, who's a parent of a Laurel student, and who I'm glad is still part of our community. The second piece is the non-public spaces. And I just would ask, and I don't need a report back on this, but just that I know we are training the top department heads. If there's some kind of email that can go out to employees so they understand it. Like we have a lot of part-time employees that work in different departments, like the library in different areas. And I just think it's important that they get the message and that we do it in a way that makes sure everybody gets it. Thank you for providing the contract draft language, and that's something that we can work through. I understand that's complicated, and I really appreciate the work on that. City collected data, I would request, and again, looking for support on this, is that a public item, either with ourselves or the Community Relations Commission, just go over the ways that data is stored, whether or not we're storing it, whether or not we're storing it in states that don't have SB 54. I was able to talk to our city attorney about this a little bit. But the horror stories that we've heard is that federal agencies go to where you're storing data. So if you're storing data in Illinois, they don't have the same rules, SB 54 rules you have here. So they're not aware that they can't share that information with ICE. So I just think part of this movement is not just about the actions that we're doing, which are really great. I commend our people on doing them. Part of it is just having that transparency so that people know we're doing them and that the trust is built from that knowledge. I do want to, again, thank OPD and our chief, Valdivinos, for the work that they did on publishing procedures that's coming out. I know that the policy says that it's when we get a call for mutual aid, but in that instance, the previous Monday, we actually didn't get a call for mutual aid, and we still had a report because we did have officers on site who saw things. And so the report still came out, and I really appreciate that. I think it should be clarified in our language that it includes that so that we don't miss out on those, but I appreciate staff doing that. You all did receive the last one on the published reports. If there's a way that we can get a list of trusted organizations locally in the city so that when the reports go out, they can be notified. Just an email that goes out that says, hey, we had a new one. Because the only other way that you know if the report got published is if you're on the city's website, like clicking refresh all night. And that doesn't seem like a good use of anyone's time. When we could just send out a quick alert that said that. I'm not saying that we need to publish every post on Instagram. I'm just saying that there might be a way to get that word out through trusted sources first. You did receive a letter to Congress that was revised. I had some revisions on it, and I think it's important to talk about those revisions. I know that it now is included with that original letter. So the original letter said Oceanside police officers need clear federal guidance that distinguishes their public safety mission from federal immigration enforcement. I don't think they need the federal government to tell them any of that. I think SB 54 tells them that their thing is separate. What we need is the federal immigration enforcement agents to show who they are, to clearly identify themselves and operate with transparency and accountability to our local jurisdictions. Unannounced and deceptive enforcements erode the public trust in our own law enforcement, and that's the one thing that we don't want. That's the big deal that we don't want, because that's a vital relationship between our residents and our local law enforcement. So that's the changes that I made. Is the letter that was moved, was that the original letter, or is that the letter that was revised? Could you say it in the microphone, please?
It was the letter that was revised. So I'm going to go ahead and I think the motion included it because I asked you.
My intent was to include the letter that's in the packet.
Right. So it sounds like there's not going to be a unanimous vote on that, so we'll just do individual letters? Yep. So is it okay to withdraw that from the motion?
I will withdraw that from the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, and then one thing outside of the scope of what was here is again, I just want to reiterate the need to establish a local rapid response team of some sort to offer tangible support to families that are in the aftermath of these immigration enforcements. I had conversations with some staff members about, hey, okay, so you don't want to put funds into a local nonprofit. What about seeing if we have volunteers on staff that would volunteer to be on a stipend to do the rapid response? And this is literally just going to the site. Hey, one of your family members is gone. You can call me if you need something, and I will help you get through our maze of resources. We want to make sure your family is supported. We want you to know that the city is here for you. I think that's really important. I do think we need to come back and have that conversation. I understand it's not in any of the current motions, but I just can't move this moment without that. And then I'll wrap up because I see my time is coming to an end. This is going to get worse. In a world where our federal leaders are pushing cruelty and asking neighbors to report on one another, federal officials are calling protest rebellions and calling for active U.S. military occupation of cities. Blackhawks are landing in apartment complexes in Chicago. It's out of control. In this world, courage and protection of our neighbors is radical, so let it be that. Why it's so important to have a resolution is just that. We had 200 emails of support before September 17th. They asked for commitment. They asked for resolution. I don't want to relitigate what happened and didn't happen, but I believe we owe folks that resolution. And so switching this out for a report is another way that we would undermine trust. So the resolution is the bare minimum, and I'm so proud that staff moved these forward, but they're looking to us to stand up and say that we got you, we see you, and we stand with you. Thank you.
All right. You want to speak? Go ahead.
If I can, just to address the Deputy Mayor's comment about help. City Manager, do we still subscribe to the trauma intervention program? Do we pay tip? Do we pay them?
I don't know the answer. Oh, yes, okay. I'm getting, yes, sorry.
I would suggest that rather than first of all, there's a whole problem with city employees volunteering for things, but I would say potentially maybe we could reach out to TIP and see if because that's what they do. They come out and help families in time of crisis, and we're paying for them. And I don't know if they're doing that, but I would say before we do anything else, it's a service we're already paying for. We should reach out to them and see what assistance they can give.
That's exactly the basis for the idea of that. It's the same mindset, and I had talked with them about it. Thank you for bringing that up.
Could I say one thing before you? Okay. At the last meeting, you had a lot of people here, and we all told our stories and how we are children of immigrant parents. And we are absolutely committed. There's no reason staff did not wait for direction. They didn't have to. We have the first Latino city manager. We have the first Latino chief of police. We have the first Latina mayor. Of course, we had been talking about it from day one, and how can we protect our communities? What are the limitations? So you saw a lot of the early activity that was happening. As to Know Your Rights, I think we should include the stuff from the county because that has been approved. So I don't know if that's on there. I wasn't able to get on the website initially. I know now you can click on it and it's there, but we're going to make it even easier.
Correct, and I do want to add that the flyer is one piece. It's one way to get the word out to people who may not have access to the internet, as was rightfully pointed out. The website is very comprehensive. And lastly, I would add, because I think it's so important for people to know about 211, because 211 taps you into a much larger network of resources.
Right.
And if there's anything you're looking for, I think that's a great place to go. That is also linked on our website. But to be direct, the county is too, and I don't want to take any more time, but wanted to add that.
So it was, and it continues to be incredibly important to me that we as a council, that we got to 5 of us, a 5-0, a unanimous council. And the first thing that I heard in the discussion that was outside of just 2 council members, right? Because they're the ones that brought it forward and the rest of us weren't able to comment or discuss until that meeting, was that no, I can't support a resolution. But what we were all able to support, again, unanimously, was the actual action, the direction. And while I understand you're like really fixating on the word resolution, a resolution is just a bunch of words. It's a statement of intent. Somebody said it. It's a statement of intent. A report, I know you don't like the word report, but it was actually a statement of action and where we were, to be transparent to you about what we have been doing, what we are doing, and that we're going to actually do everything that was demanded by you all. Understanding that we all have stories about those who are undocumented here. We all know that the feds have made it extremely difficult now to be able to immigrate to the United States, be it because you are a refugee or be it because you're seeking asylum from a place that is extremely, extremely difficult, places where your name is on a list to be killed. I mean, we know that this system is broken. What we can do is do what is within our authority. I believe that the things that have been explained to you, it's like that all started early. That, to me, that's our commitment to you, to the community, that we care about the safety of everyone. I mean, I wouldn't be doing this job if I didn't. I'm not getting rich off of this. In fact, I'm getting poorer off of this. I actually chose to retire from my real paying job to be on the council. And I have been working on community trust since before my dad passed. My dad was on the East Side Neighborhood Association for like 20 years. And then he passed the baton. We have always cared about our community from day one. My dad since the 30s, all right? I mean, this is not, if you have not seen what we've done in the community, then I don't know where you've been, But I'll tell you that there are many of us who have been organizing and who have been working really, really hard to make positive changes in our community. And this is extremely, extremely important for all of us to say, yes, we support what the staff has been doing. I'm sure that we've all been talking to our city manager to say, look, we need to step up. We have been stepping up. So this is the time, I guess, for you to hear, we are stepping up. But to say that a resolution, which is just a piece of paper, is instead of action, and that's what I call this, action, what have we done? And if you think that that's not important, I don't know what else you want us to do. right? A resolution. Yeah. If we can't, 5 of us can't support that, then I can't support it. Because we need to be able to say, all of us. Mr. Borrego.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, I was going to reiterate what Michael said earlier. The Know Your Rights webpage actually has a lot more resources. It's much broader than just that one flyer. I will say that we will definitely look to see if we can make sure that all the materials that are on there are translatable, so we'll definitely take a look at that. And then I also wanted to clarify that it's definitely our intent to make sure that all staff is properly trained, not just the department heads, so certainly no issue with that.
Okay, Councilman Figueroa?
For me, everything that we're doing can always be enhanced, especially as things continue. Everything that we're doing can still be enhanced. That's service to the community. Thank you, City Manager, for providing that. I know even starting off with a legal memo just to everyone or a memo to all staff saying, hey, this is what our policies are. But before we vote, I just want to make it clear that my motion was to approve, amend the motion,
It's an amendment.
amendment
To the main
to
motion.
add the resolution, just to be
Right.
clear, because I did not know that we supported a report. I left here thinking that we supported a resolution.
The vote, no,
And so-
you voted to support the direction to staff for action. That's what we
No,
voted.
that's not
All right,
what-
Deputy Mayor Joyce.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right, guys. So I was the maker of the motion. The motion was divided, and the motion was to move all of it forward. So we can settle that. But we're voting tonight on a resolution, right? That's our next motion, is to add the resolution to the motion.
All right,
And
please
so,
vote.
Well, the motion that I have,
He has an amendment to the motion, which is to include the resolution. And it's an amendment, it got a second, so we're first voting on the amendment and then the main motion.
and City Attorney, do resolutions require 5 votes?
No.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, let's vote on the amendment, which is to add a resolution.
motion fails, 2-3, Sanchez, Robinson,
Now
Weiss,
to
no.
the main motion.
And the main motion?
The main motion was to accept the report.
With the exception of
Let's vote.
You know, we don't come to your place of work and interrupt things.
Let's hurry up and vote. 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 Oh, okay. You're not voting? Call the vote.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
So the main motion that's being voted on right now is to accept the staff report with the exception of
the
sending the
letter.
letter to Congress.
Right.
Or our federal representatives and have the council send their own individual
Right.
letters.
Yes.
That is the main motion being voted on
Okay.
right now.
So I have a point of order. The letters, does that mean we're not looking at sending a joint letter at all
No.
together?
No, we don't have 5-0.
So right now, we're just
It's
accepting
not
a report?
part of the
Do we even need to
motion.
vote on accepting a report?
It's not part of the motion.
Do we vote on accepting reports?
What we voted on was the amendment to add the resolution. Right now, we're moving to the main
Main
motion, which was to accept the report and have the council send individual letters to the federal representatives individually. That's the main motion being
that-
voted on.
Okay.
Here, so I didn't know that I couldn't hear anything.
Just to clarify,
I will.
you don't need to vote to accept the report. Similarly, you don't need council action to send individual letters, so.
All right. All right, then we're not voting, all right, on this. Okay, last item on the council
no vote
agenda,
required.
are items not on the agenda. We have a 10-minute presentation, right? And 9 people who wish to speak. Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
All right.
2 minutes.
So do we have Wayne Godinay in his group? Oh, they're in the lobby. So we would need Wayne Godinay. Please make your way to the lectern. And is the following people here? Rita Ilasa? Val Torres? Annette Seau? Okay, Annette Seau isn't here, but Wilson Godinay is here. And Arlene Hammerschmidt is also here as part of the group.
Okay. So Arlene is not going to speak separately then?
No, it's
Okay.
Mr. Godinay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Godinay. 10 minutes.
Wayne, if you could stop for a moment here, Madam Mayor. Madam
Yes.
Mayor, I think we have the mute on, the lectern mute button.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
You hear me
begin.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we'll get to 10 minutes, and give people some rest at home. Wayne Godinay, speaking on behalf of myself, Save Our Streets, Simone Cultural, but in particular tonight, speaking on behalf of Nettie Annette Seau, Soto, and David Seau, 2 of the 3 siblings of Junior Seau, the late Junior Seau. We're here because we need a policy or a memorandum of understanding with regard to the use of Junior Seau's name whenever it's used in partnership or in sponsorship with the City of Oceanside, particularly the Parks and Recreation Department. A few years back, when we were working on the, listening to the beach improvements for the Beach Community Center or the band shell, Darrell Woods, whom I think it was Developmental Services, was the one that would contact the family. There's 4 clans on the father's side, Mr. Seau, Tiana Seau Sr., the Godinay family, the Pomele/Saole family, the Leamua family, and the Seaus. We have family on the mother's side that's here with Rita Ilasa, and the Monga side. So back in, I would say on March 3rd, a day after March 2nd, which represented the 13th anniversary of the passing of Junior Seau on the Strand in his home right down the way there. On that day, I got a text message from Junior's sister, Nettie Seau. You can read it up there. Do you know anything about this? Is it a camp of all sports or just football? It says, partnered with the City of Oceanside Parks and Recreation Department. What is Semper Seau? There's a flyer, and I see Junior's picture, the one at Ballarama Park on the side of the handball court. This is Junior's own sister contacting me. I responded to her that I'll make some calls. I had no idea. This was a couple weeks after Mr. Paul Paopao. He had a viewing party for the WNBA draft for his illustrious basketball-playing daughter, Tahina Paopao, coming out of South Carolina a year after they won the national championship in the NCAA. And he had a draft watch. There was a possibility she'd be drafted for the WNBA, which she did up at El Corazon, a private party. A couple council members were invited because they supported Tahina during her trek through the system of playing basketball locally and away. And so I was concerned because I can read tea leaves, been here a long time, know the dynamics of the community, full speed of the city, particularly when it comes to sports and the culture of Oceanside sports and cultures in general, because Save Our Streets, which is a group that responded after the death of Dan Bessett, everybody knows, by the hands of Samoan gang members, December 20th, 2006. Save Our Streets responded in partnership, in conjunction with the Oceanside Parks and Rec Department, responding to the city, responding to the police department, Oceanside Unified School District, council, and people that knew that a lot of the work we do in the community, we cross all neighborhoods, all gangs, all ethnicities. We've been doing that ever since. The problem is we've been doing it under a cloud of distrust, of almost discrimination. There's a lot of things I think that I have on record that should be in the HR department with regard to some of our youth, some of our mentors being cussed out, treated poorly. I was watching the council when somebody's text message was copied about disadvantaged, physically challenged children from Ivy Ranch being here and speaking. You guys were gone in about a month, 2 of them, okay? And so it's a concern when nothing is done in terms of accountability and trust and responsibility in this city. And when ethics are not exalted in this city, we have a political culture that is now moving through Parks and Rec and other departments. And when it seeps into the grassroots community where our youth, we're trying to keep them off the streets, out of gangs, off drugs, then we have a problem here. And the problem has not been addressed. So tonight, this is part of a bigger systemic issue here, been coming for a lot of years. We have people that are complicit in this, and there are interviews yet to be had. My suggestion in issues like this, is to slow this down right now and get this thing handled. I would summon that our mayor, that our city manager and deputy city manager, going back to Arlene's complaint in December of 2022, be looked at, have those interviews on her list and my list take place. Stop hiring people. Stop hiring people, especially from outside, that don't understand the culture, because the persons you have here now hasn't assimilated and been here for 2 years. Or else we wouldn't have this. This is only one of what I have on record. I'm trying to help. I don't want to bring embarrassment to the city. I know you guys. We go back a long ways. And so I contacted Nettie, my first call. That's the Seau sister. Contacted Councilmember Figueroa if he knew anything about it. The answer was no. He's a liaison for the Parks and Rec Commission. Contacted my brother Wilson Goldenay, Parks and Rec Commissioner. He didn't know anything about it. I saw it was at Oceanside High School, July 5th. Contacted Paul Papa, who's everywhere in the school district, the TC program, and a member of Save Our Streets. He didn't know anything about it. Contacted my nephew, Fale Pomele, head football varsity coach, Oceanside High School Pirates. They didn't know anything about it. And so word got around and had them go, look, how does this happen? They had a family meeting. We did have a meeting on the 3rd floor, thanks to Councilmember Figueroa with the mayor. We brought Pastor Longi Faiafe, president of the Council of Samoan Pastors and their association, 7 to 9 of the Samoan churches in North County. Was in that meeting along with Pastor Sheldon Brown, Save Our Streets, Cause of Christ, Wilson from the commission, Mr. Figueroa, myself, and it was something about this event. It was Mama Seau or something. So I know from Nettie, the daughter, that our auntie doesn't remember what she did two weeks ago. So we're not sure how this was going to emanate, but the bottom line was nobody knew. And it says in partnership with the Oceanside City Parks and Rec Department. So there would be a complaint that's going to be forwarded, very soon, in a day or so. That's already started, part 1. Because this connects to a bigger and a wider range, like I said, a wider range of a systemic situation that hasn't been addressed. And when you don't exalt accountability and respect in the community, you have a political culture. And what we have to be careful about, because I'm always told when I contact a council member, contact the city manager. Everything runs through the city manager. Well, if you don't trust people in those positions, or the assistant, or the person that's running the Parks and Rec Department, and you've been volunteering for 35 to 40 years in this city, unpaid, volunteer. Our Samoan event, 38th annual we had, our budget is $8,000 for a week-long event. I don't know what's given to any other groups, we're not talking about it. It's done by local volunteers here. When you do those events, and you don't have trouble at those events, that's because there's a measure of respect from neighborhood to neighborhood. As we mentioned in some of these meetings, we're Samoan, black, white, Hispanic. We're going into Mexican on Mexican gang neighborhoods to address situations. And so when I hear our chief is Mexican or is Hispanic, our city manager is, our Parks and Rec, it means nothing. It shouldn't be about who, what, where, your ethnicity. It's in here and what you do and what you represent. And I would caution and I would say that when you're looking at coming to a table as an elected official, everybody has their convictions, those that put you there and your own. But I would say that parse those and balance those convictions with more humanity, understanding, and respect for those that are in your neighborhoods and in your community of the city that you represent. Use that and do that. Very important to balance that. That way you get a good dose of grassroots and what's really happening in the pulse beat. And so when you have a crowd that was just here a little earlier, wow, what's the answer and how do you address? There are people in here that can help bring the sides together. And the agenda that was put up there a little while ago, Arlene, okay, that was agenda item. Brother Wilson comes to the standing committee meeting because he wanted to address the MOU. The two SEAL members, Annette and David, wanted a policy. So Sam Pomele, who's on the Community Relations Commission
Thank you.
and is part of the family.
Thank you, Mr. Godinez. I do want to say, however, that Mama Seau, I was there when Mama Seau requested that her son be honored and that there be a flag football training in his name. So Mrs. Seau, Mama Seau, so if you'd like to speak to her, and I think I told you that before the event happened, that it was at her very specific request. All right.
The concern was CTE.
In the future.
Is tackle football.
Sir,
Junior died
in the
from
future,
CTE.
what you need to do, because this is under whatever the estate is, have that attorney contact our city attorney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but remember, CTE is how Junior passed.
Mama Seau, Mary Seau,
And the strike force is a tackle
Chanale
football,
Seau,
helmet to
all
helmet.
relatives of the
So we were
Seau
worried
family
about the contradictions and
actually
things, and
participated
we'll
in
do
that event.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And my last comment is
No,
sports.
you're done, sir.
And what
You're
we've
done.
done for Junior, keep that in mind. A lot of people
All
have
right.
kept Junior's
Thank you
name
very
alive.
much. Thank you. Next, Mr. Fitzpatrick,
Yes, thank you. for
followed by
hearing
Steve
me.
Bosworth, followed by Tamika Davis.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am seeing way too many homeless people, homeless veterans. I know you guys are trying to help solve this problem, but I'm warning you about this. Artificial intelligence is slowly eliminating jobs across the country. And the prediction is in the next 2 or 3 years, 100 million people will be out of work because artificial intelligence will take all those jobs away. And my question is, when all of those people are out of work and they are unhoused, do we have plans for these people? Do we have plans? I just don't see it. I don't see it, and I'm very concerned about it. I'm concerned the President of the United States only sees 2 types of homeless, the mentally ill and those that are on drugs. He doesn't see the economically challenged. And that's my concern, is that we need to address artificial intelligence taking jobs away. That's the future, the next 2 or 3 years. Thank you for hearing me out. And I know
Thank
I've
you.
come up here before in the past as a homeless person, but I got housing. I just want you to all to know that.
Good.
So I did get housing.
Thank you. Steve Bosworth, followed by Tamika Davis, followed by Jerry Potts.
Well said. My name is Steve Bosworth. I live in Oceanside. I know it's late for you guys. I'm tired too. I'm older than most of you. so maybe not you, but the rest of you. Anyhow, I'm here to talk about, I think you have a gem in your city. I think you have a jewel, and that's something called Club 55. Are you all familiar with it? Are you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I know
Named
you
after Junior
are-
Seau.
Say again?
Named after Junior Seau.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, my connection with it is kind of serendipitous. I retired, and I started getting way overweight. I had both knees replaced, got them fixed up, and my wife was walking, we live very close to it. I was walking down the street with the dog and ran into one of the other brothers, the Godinez brothers, name was Dale, and she started complaining about me, and Dale said, bring him in. He brought me in. I started working out, started getting fit, and life was good. And then about 2 years ago, I got sick. I got long COVID, and it damn near took me down. And then as a result of that, it triggered Parkinson's. So now I'm all wigged out, and I lost, are you with me, Jonathan?
I'm with you.
Okay. I lost the ability to talk, to speak, to walk, to take care of business at all. And Dale Godinez kind of took me under his arms. And he taught me how to do that kind of thing again, over and over and over. And the reason I'm bringing it up, not to paint him as a saint.
Thank you very much, sir.
But not to paint him as a saint, but he's an asset to this city.
We have a
And
contract.
there's no ageism
Right.
involved.
All right.
He reached out to
Thank
me.
you.
And thank you for your courtesy.
Thank you.
And by the by, your
I'm
brother
sorry, sir,
works
we're
out
done.
on the elliptical.
We're done. We're done. Thank you. Tamika Davis, followed by Jerry Potts, followed by Murray Lay.
Dear Mayor Sanchez and council members and community, my name is Tamika Davis, and I serve as the California leader for the Family Justice and Accountability Act bill that we're trying to get passed in DC. I go to Congress on Monday, even though it's closed, and I wanted to see if either one of you guys would like to help me get this passed or represent me or sponsor me somehow in this federal bill that we're trying to get passed for family justice. It's to bring the due process back to family courts and to go back to the Constitution. I've been battling family court for 8 years on my own with no help with an attorney. I have full sole legal custody of my daughter, and I fought for my life, basically. And so when I take this to Congress, I'm just asking if I can get any of you guys to maybe get with me. I sent you guys emails. I didn't get a response from any of you guys. I can give you guys a copy of the bill. It's a 92-page bill, and I have the honor to be a representative for California for this.
All right, thank you. Jerry Potts, followed by Murray Lay, followed by Michelle Sear.
Thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, my name's Jerry Potts. I'm General Counsel for a local 501c3 corporation called Stolen Air. I'm happy to inform you that District 5 of the County of San Diego, under its Neighborhood Reinvestment Program, made a substantial award to Stolen Air this year, so we are able to make this following offer to the City of Oceanside. We will donate to City of Oceanside at least 45 of these heat warning signs with their associated mounting hardware to enable the donated signs to be installed on existing public parking lots within the city. In return for this donation, all the Stolen Air requests is for the city, through a designated representative, to inform us how many signs they require in the Spanish language or in the English. And in addition, once the signs have been installed by the city, to let us know where they've been installed. Since the formation of Stolen Air, Inc. in 2014, we have been making this same presentation to the Board of Supervisor members and to the City Council members throughout the County of San Diego. In this regard, through private donations and government awards, over 385 of these signs have been installed within the County of San Diego. Hundreds of these signs have been installed on city and county properties, 131 in Escondido, 48 in Vista, 25 in Poway, and 100 in the County of San Diego. Also, in the 2024 under a similar neighborhood reinvestment program award from District 1 of the county. 85 of our signs were installed in the city of Chula Vista in the English and Spanish language format. We provided your clerk with a packet of additional information, which includes safety information from the National Safety Council that provides detailed information about the danger of leaving a child or pet unattended in a parked vehicle. And we know that our donated signs will save lives. We hope that one of you members of City Council will take this under consideration and provide approval for this program to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. He's going to look into it. Murray Damus Lay, followed by Michelle Sear, followed by Aaron Morin. I don't see anyone. Murray Lee. Okay, how about Michelle Sear? Okay, how about Aaron Morin? Okay. Carmen, followed by Jimmy Knott. And I do have item 19. I apologize. I almost forgot.
Oh, sorry. So I was wondering, like, the possibilities of when it's like this is being recorded or even posted on YouTube afterwards, the possibilities of getting it translated to different languages so our community members are more aware about what's happening in this space. But I don't know how that looks like logistically. When I go on YouTube, I know there's the option for closed captioning, and going onto that, no other language is accessible aside from English. So that's why I want to uplift in this space, because other cities across the US do that accessibility option for other community members. So I wanted to see if that's something that we could do here in Oceanside.
All right, thank you. And can you address that, Zeb?
Yeah.
That would be with KOCT and.
Yeah, KOCT usually uploads the meetings onto YouTube. So I could definitely discuss that with the team at KOCT to make that happen. And I think there might be a function on Zoom for auto-translate as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Knott, you're our last.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Sorry I was a little bit late tonight. I was at the pharmacy and then got stuck in traffic. I don't know, I think you've all been in that position before. As you know, environmental social justice is part of state and federal law, but so is responsibilities. And this is where we need to look at agreed upon community standards. And it's a real issue that is coming about, especially when I was involved with some of the seniors in the senior lunch program. There's fear, dread, what ifs, even former voters for Donald Trump. They don't know what's coming up. We need a community assessment program for relief somehow to be organized for them, and how that they can get some sort of recompense for the cost of this societal problem. I would hope that our city will care enough and have a community care assessment program in showing that there are alternatives to just plain giving up. Because some of the seniors are at that point. They don't know what is going to happen. And it's a fear because of change. We have to show that in change, there is hope. There is promise. So please, help us along. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 19, staff recommends that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 37, Article 9 relating to cross-connection and backflow devices to comply with the new requirements of the updated cross-connection control policy handbook adopted by the State Water Resources Control Board, introduced October 1st, 2025 with a 5-0 vote. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. No lights. Please title the ordinance.
Okay, this is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Chapter 37, Article 9 of the Oceanside City Code relating to cross-connection control and backflow prevention.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to give general council member comments?
Quick.
Okay.
Just because I wore my first responder tie to remind me, fire department open house this Saturday at
That's right.
110 Jones Road from 8 to noon, right, chief? 9 to noon, never mind. Get there early, get pancakes or whatever. Okay, thanks, bye.
Deputy Mayor?
I just add that from my comment that came on earlier, there is, I went to the City of Vista's meeting recently, and they have an AI function that does live translation, which is really interesting. So just something else we could look into for them.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa.
Just wanted to share that this past Sunday, our community celebrated the first annual Oaxaca de Mis Amores event, which felt like there was at least 10,000 plus people there. I saw our Assistant Chief of Police there. I think we saw many other folks from our city there. It was just really amazing to see that celebration and seeing how the city can support that moving forward, just what it was for the city. It was really beautiful to witness, so just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned to December 3rd. Thank you.